13 Ways to Recognize Envy and Falsehood in Others. Powerful Denzel Washington Motivation, Stoicism. Recognize what is in front of you, and you can find peace within. Marcus Aurelius. Welcome to Stoic in Your Life, where we delve into the timeless wisdom of Stoicism to help you unlock personal growth and happiness. Have you ever been surrounded by people who seemed friendly, but left you feeling uneasy? Or perhaps you've received praise that didn't quite sit right with you? These are the subtle signs of envy and falsehood creeping into our lives. Today, we'll explore 13 ways to identify these hidden forces in your relationships and how to navigate them with grace. By becoming more aware of these dynamics, you can protect your inner peace, build stronger connections, and live with greater purpose. How have you dealt with envy or insincerity in your own life? Share your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to hit that like button if you're ready to take control of your emotional well-being. Let's dive in together and start transforming your life with the power of Stoicism. Number 1. Insincere praise. Among the most subtle yet destructive forms of envy and falsehood is insincere praise, a deceptively pleasant mask that often hides underlying negativity. At first glance, this flattery might seem harmless, even complimentary, but closer scrutiny reveals its emptiness. Genuine admiration radiates warmth and sincerity, but insincere praise often comes with telling nonverbal cues. Someone may avoid eye contact, offer a half-hearted smile, or deliver compliments in a tone that feels rehearsed and devoid of enthusiasm. This discrepancy between words and actions betrays a lack of authenticity. For example, you might encounter individuals who publicly celebrate your success with grandiose statements, but fail to support you in meaningful, private ways, such as offering advice or encouragement during moments of doubt. Their absence during crucial times reveals their true feelings and motivations. Another hallmark of insincere praise is its tendency to disguise criticism. Backhanded compliments like, "You did great for someone in your situation," often carry an underlying message that minimizes your accomplishments. These remarks might seem well-meaning but leave you feeling undermined. Pay attention to behavioral inconsistencies. Someone who appears to champion your efforts in front of others may express indifference or even hostility when no one else is watching. This duality is one of the most striking features of false admiration. Even more damaging, some individuals may subtly plant doubts about your abilities or achievements, causing you to question your own worth. These actions, whether intentional or not, can erode your confidence over time if you allow them to. The wisdom of Marcus Aurelius, a prominent Stoic philosopher, offers valuable guidance here. The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury. This advice underscores the importance of remaining grounded in your character and refusing to mirror the negativity of others. When faced with insincere praise, resist the urge to react emotionally. Instead, take note of the behavior, adjust your expectations, and focus on your personal goals. Genuine relationships are built on consistency between words and actions. Let the superficiality of false praise remind you to place your trust in those who demonstrate authenticity through their deeds, rather than empty words. In today's world, where social interactions are increasingly shaped by digital platforms, the prevalence of insincere praise has reached new heights. On social media, individuals often offer fleeting likes, comments, or compliments while harboring jealousy or resentment behind the scenes. This phenomenon has created an environment where shallow validation is mistaken for true support. Recognizing this disparity is a key principle of modern Stoicism, which encourages us to cultivate inner strength and clarity in a society that often prioritizes appearances over substance. By grounding yourself in your values and striving for meaningful relationships, you can rise above the superficiality that surrounds you. Modern Stoicism reminds us that we cannot control the behavior of others, but we can control how we respond. When confronted with false flattery, choose to prioritize your self-worth over external approval. Focus on your long-term goals and let the disingenuous words of others fall away like leaves in the wind. Ultimately, actions speak louder than words, and the authenticity of those around you will reveal itself over time. Stay resilient, trust in your character, and remember that true respect is earned through integrity and consistency. Number 2, constant comparisons. Constant comparisons are a subtle but incredibly powerful form of manipulation, often stemming from envy and falsehood in those who engage in them. When someone frequently measures your success against others, it is rarely an innocent observation. Instead, it often serves as a veiled attempt to diminish your achievements and make you feel inadequate. This manipulation is designed to plant seeds of doubt, subtly implying that no matter how hard you work or how much you accomplish, someone else is always ahead of you. Such tactics often take the form of seemingly harmless comments like, "That's nice, but have you seen what so-and-so did?" Or, "You've done well, but others have achieved more." These remarks may seem casual, but they cleverly divert attention from your successes and erode your confidence, leaving you with the nagging feeling that your efforts are never enough. The damage caused by these comparisons doesn't stop at the surface. They can manifest through backhanded compliments that disguise themselves as praise but carry the weight of comparison. Imagine sharing your latest accomplishment, only to have the conversation pivot to someone else's success, effectively downplaying your effort. For example, someone might say, "That's a great achievement, but it reminds me of how so-and-so managed to do this even better." Over time, this reframing of your achievements can diminish your sense of self-worth, leaving you feeling overlooked and unappreciated. It isolates you emotionally, strains relationships, and creates an environment where you are more likely to question your value and doubt the decisions you've made in life. To resist this kind of manipulation, you must learn to recognize it for what it is and actively guard against it. Avoid engaging in these toxic dialogues, as they do little more than drain your emotional energy and distract you from your unique journey. The teachings of modern Stoicism offer profound wisdom in this regard, reminding us that our worth is not dictated by how we compare to others, but by the integrity of our character and the effort we put into our own lives. Marcus Aurelius captured this beautifully when he wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." Instead of allowing external comparisons to shape your self-image, focus on nurturing a mindset rooted in self-respect and internal validation. In today's hyper-connected world, social media exacerbates the culture of constant comparisons. Every day we are bombarded with carefully curated images and narratives that often mask the imperfections and struggles behind the scenes. It's easy to fall into the trap of comparing your unfiltered reality with someone else's highlight reel. This is why it is more important than ever to ground yourself in self-awareness. Modern Stoicism emphasizes that fulfillment comes not from surpassing others, but from achieving inner peace and contentment through self-improvement. As Epictetus wisely said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." In this spirit, focus on redirecting your attention inward, where your true value resides. Recognize that your journey is yours alone and incomparable to anyone else's because every individual faces their own unique set of challenges and victories. Instead of competing with others, cultivate a mindset of growth and gratitude. Celebrate your progress and appreciate the achievements of others without letting their success diminish your own sense of accomplishment. This approach not only fosters healthier relationships, but also builds resilience and protects your peace of mind. The key to overcoming the negativity of constant comparisons is to realize that your worth is intrinsic and independent of any external measure. When you stop seeking validation from others and start focusing on being better than your former self, you step into a life of true fulfillment. By aligning yourself with the timeless principles of modern Stoicism, you gain the clarity to resist the corrosive influence of envy and focus instead on the path that brings you meaning and joy. Number 3, unsolicited criticism. Unsolicited criticism often stems from envy or false intentions, hiding behind a mask of helpful advice or concern. It's the kind of feedback you never asked for, delivered in a way that subtly targets your insecurities or casts doubt on your abilities. These critics might say something like, "Are you sure you're ready for this?" It seems really risky, making their skepticism seem like genuine care. While their words might sound harmless, their true intent is often to plant seeds of doubt, causing you to second-guess your goals, dreams, and even your worth. Sometimes this criticism takes the form of protectiveness, as if the person is shielding you from potential failure. They may highlight pitfalls or risks, but not to guide you, rather, to undermine your confidence and weaken your resolve. This behavior is especially insidious when it comes from someone you trust or look up to, like a mentor, a close friend, or even a family member. It's not always easy to recognize their underlying motives, but doing so is crucial to protecting your vision and confidence. Let's take a modern example. Mia, a young entrepreneur, was eager to launch her startup combining sustainable fashion with innovative technology. Full of excitement, she shared her ideas with a senior colleague she deeply admired, hoping for support and encouragement. Instead, he responded with, "It's a nice idea, but do you really think you have the experience to pull this off? Maybe you should try something smaller first." At first, his words crushed her. She started doubting herself, questioning if she was overreaching or setting herself up for failure. But after some reflection, Mia realized that his comments didn't come from a place of genuine concern. They were rooted in his own insecurities. He had failed at a similar venture in the past and projected his fear onto her. Instead of letting his negativity derail her, Mia used it as motivation to prove him wrong. Today, her startup is flourishing, and she looks back on that moment as a reminder to discern between constructive criticism and disguised envy. So how do you protect yourself from this kind of criticism? Start by questioning the advice. Does it align with your values and goals, or does it create unnecessary doubt? True guidance has a unique quality. It challenges you in ways that promote growth, even if it's hard to hear. Constructive feedback leaves you feeling motivated to improve and better prepared to achieve your goals. On the other hand, envy-driven criticism feels heavy and draining, often leaving you unsure of yourself. Pay attention to how the advice makes you feel. Does it inspire clarity and direction, or does it make you feel smaller and less capable? If it feels manipulative or aimed at holding you back, it's time to tune it out. Trust your instincts. Your inner voice knows when something doesn't sit right. Here's the truth. Not everyone wants to see you succeed. People project their own fears, insecurities, and limitations onto others, often unintentionally. It's not your job to carry their baggage or let their doubts define your path. Stoicism offers powerful tools for handling these situations. The Stoic secrets to thriving amidst external noise lie in focusing on what you can control: your mindset, your actions, and your reactions. A Stoic remains calm, grounded, and unshaken by criticism, discerning the helpful from the harmful without losing sight of their purpose. Think about this. What could you accomplish if you stopped letting the opinions of others hold you back? What would your life look like if you trusted your abilities and followed through with your vision, regardless of who doubted you? You are the architect of your destiny, and your dreams don't need anyone else's permission to become reality. Criticism, whether valid or not, is inevitable, but it's your response to it that determines your path. Take what helps you grow, leave the rest behind, and remember, the only limits are the ones you accept. Trust yourself, embrace your unique journey, and keep moving forward with unwavering confidence and purpose. Your success is yours to define. I'd love to hear your thoughts on today's topic. Have you ever experienced insincere praise, constant comparisons, or unsolicited criticism in your own life? How did you handle it? Drop your thoughts in the comments below with one of these quick responses. I've experienced insincere praise. Constant comparisons are draining, or unsolicited criticism doesn't help. And remember, stick around until the end of the video. I've got 3 more powerful tips that are sure to surprise you and help you navigate even the most challenging relationships with confidence. Let's dive in. Number 4. Backhanded compliments. Backhanded compliments are a subtle yet sharp weapon often wielded by those harboring envy, resentment, or insecurity. On the surface, they appear as kind or supportive gestures, but beneath their thin veneer lies a deliberate attempt to undermine and belittle. Disguised as praise, they carry an implicit judgment meant to cast doubt on your abilities and accomplishments. For instance, a comment like, "You've done really well," for someone like you, may sound encouraging at first but carries a subtext that questions your worthiness or capability. Such remarks can feel insidious as they exploit the guise of politeness to plant seeds of self-doubt. Over time, these seemingly harmless words can grow into a pervasive feeling of inadequacy, eroding your confidence and making you second-guess the very achievements you've worked hard to attain. These comments are particularly damaging because they redirect the focus away from your success and toward the person's preconceived biases or judgments. The real harm of backhanded compliments lies in their ability to chip away at your self-esteem quietly and insidiously. These remarks often leave you feeling unsettled and uneasy, even if you can't immediately pinpoint why. They fail to acknowledge the effort, dedication, and perseverance behind your achievements and instead subtly diminish them. For example, a statement like, "It's impressive you achieved this despite everything," insinuates that your success is an anomaly rather than a reflection of your hard work or skill. This kind of praise can feel emotionally draining because it forces you to reconcile a contradiction: gratitude for the compliment versus the sting of its hidden critique. By framing their envy or prejudice as flattery, the person offering the compliment creates a dynamic where their approval seems conditional, further distancing you from authentic support or connection. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus wisely observed, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This insight is particularly valuable when dealing with backhanded compliments. Rather than internalizing their negativity or allowing them to undermine your sense of self-worth, recognize these remarks for what they truly are: projections of the other person's insecurities or envy. Resist the urge to dwell on their hidden meanings, and instead, focus on the intrinsic value of your accomplishments. Your success is not defined by others' judgments or biases, but by the effort, resilience, and determination you invested in achieving it. By reframing these interactions as opportunities to strengthen your emotional resilience, you can transform the sting of backhanded compliments into a source of personal growth. In the modern world, where social interactions are increasingly mediated through digital platforms, understanding and navigating the dynamics of backhanded compliments is more relevant than ever. Social media, in particular, has become a breeding ground for this type of behavior. Comments like, "You look great for your age," or "Wow, it's amazing you managed to do that with everything going on," are thinly veiled critiques, often disguised as encouragement. These remarks can amplify feelings of self-doubt, especially in a culture that often prioritizes appearances and validation over authenticity. This is where the principles of modern Stoicism become invaluable. By cultivating self-awareness and emotional detachment, you can learn to recognize the superficiality of such remarks and avoid letting them dictate your sense of self-worth. The practice of modern Stoicism teaches us to focus on what is within our control, our actions, intentions, and responses, while letting go of what lies beyond it, such as the opinions of others. When faced with backhanded compliments, remember that their judgments are more reflective of their character than yours. Your accomplishments, no matter how others attempt to frame them, remain valid and meaningful. Instead of seeking external validation, let your achievements speak for themselves and embrace them with quiet confidence. As the great Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Let this strength guide you in recognizing your worth, independent of the subtle digs and disguised criticisms of others. By identifying and understanding the true nature of backhanded compliments, you empower yourself to rise above them. These moments can serve as reminders to stay rooted in your own values, trusting in the integrity of your efforts rather than the fickle approval of others. Remember, The judgment of others often reveals more about their insecurities than about your worth. In embracing this perspective, you reinforce your emotional resilience and free yourself from the need for external validation. Let your actions and character define you, and let modern Stoicism guide you toward inner peace, reminding you that true success is measured not by how others perceive you, but by how steadfastly you remain aligned with your purpose and principles. Number 5. Lack of enthusiasm. A lack of enthusiasm from those around you can be one of the clearest and most disheartening signs of envy or falsehood in a relationship. When you achieve something significant, whether it's a professional milestone, personal growth, or any accomplishment worth celebrating, and the response you receive is indifference or silence, it can feel deeply discouraging. This reaction is not always neutral. More often than not, it reflects a deeper discomfort or insecurity within the person withholding their support. Their inability to share in your joy signals that your success may challenge their own sense of self-worth or highlight areas where they feel inadequate. As Epictetus wisely observed, it is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. In this context, their indifference often stems from an unwillingness to face their own shortcomings in the light of your achievements. This lack of enthusiasm manifests in various subtle ways: the absence of verbal praise, the failure to acknowledge your milestones, or avoiding discussions about your wins altogether. Such individuals might even make passive or dismissive remarks that downplay your success or shift attention away from your progress. Perhaps they only engage when you're facing challenges or difficulties, eager to commiserate but conspicuously absent when things are going well. This behavior reveals a troubling pattern. They are more comfortable with your struggles than with your growth, because your triumphs may amplify their own insecurities. Their emotional distance during your moments of victory is a telling indicator that they are unwilling or unable to celebrate your success wholeheartedly. In some cases, this reluctance stems from deep-seated jealousy or a subtle hope that your success doesn't outshine their own. In navigating these relationships, it is crucial to focus on those who genuinely celebrate your progress and milestones. These are the people whose enthusiasm and support add value to your journey, reinforcing the idea that your success does not need to be validated by everyone. Modern Stoicism teaches us the importance of seeking inner validation rather than depending on external praise. Marcus Aurelius's words resonate here. Don't set your mind on things you don't possess as if they were yours, but count the blessings you actually have and think how much you would desire them if they weren't already yours. Celebrate your victories with those who uplift you, and don't let the indifference of others diminish your sense of accomplishment. In today's fast-paced, comparison-driven world, this dynamic is often amplified. Social media, for instance, can foster a culture where people observe your success but refrain from acknowledging it publicly, sometimes out of envy or competitiveness. However, your journey is not meant to be defined by likes, comments, or the approval of onlookers. Modern Stoicism encourages us to focus on our internal growth and the fulfillment that comes from pursuing our own goals with integrity. Your achievements are a reflection of your hard work and dedication, and they deserve to be celebrated, if not by others, then by yourself. Rather than dwelling on the lack of enthusiasm from certain individuals, redirect your energy toward maintaining gratitude for your progress and fostering meaningful connections with those who bring positivity into your life. As Seneca wisely noted, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, who is poor. In this context, those who cannot celebrate your success are often impoverished by their inability to embrace abundance and growth, both yours and their own. Surround yourself with people who are rich in spirit, those who find joy in your victories and inspire you to keep striving for excellence. By doing so, you protect your peace, nurture your self-esteem, and live in alignment with the timeless principles of modern Stoicism. Number 6. Exaggerated flattery. Exaggerated flattery can be a subtle yet powerful tool of manipulation, often wielded by those with hidden motives. At first glance, it feels uplifting, someone showering you with grandiose compliments, making you feel admired and valued. But pause and reflect. Is their praise genuinely about you, or is it a calculated strategy to gain your trust? Frequently, these overly enthusiastic compliments are less about acknowledging your achievements and more about positioning themselves to benefit from you. For instance, someone might go out of their way to praise your work excessively when they want a favor or your assistance, only for their adulation to vanish or shift tone once their needs are met. Over time, you may start noticing a pattern. Their words don't match their actions, and their flattery feels increasingly inconsistent, tied more to their agenda than to any authentic appreciation for who you are. This behavior creates a false sense of connection, exploiting your openness and vulnerability while obscuring their true intentions. Such manipulation doesn't just damage trust, it can erode your confidence in discerning genuine relationships from opportunistic ones. Let's consider a real-world example to illustrate this dynamic. Emily, a highly skilled and innovative designer, worked with a new colleague, Mark, who seemed overly complimentary right from the start. Mark frequently described Emily as the creative force of the team, and even went so far as to call her work revolutionary. Naturally, Emily felt flattered by this recognition, which encouraged her to share more of her ideas and even some unfinished concepts with him. However, it wasn't long before Emily noticed something troubling. Mark began using her ideas in team meetings, passing them off as his own without acknowledging her contributions. The excessive praise had been a tactic to gain her trust, distracting her from Mark's true goal, advancing his career by leveraging her creativity. Realizing this, Emily pulled back, stopped sharing her ideas with him, and began to trust her instincts more. From that point forward, she learned to recognize the difference between authentic encouragement and flattery designed to manipulate. So how can you safeguard yourself against exaggerated flattery? It begins with grounding yourself in your sense of self-worth. When you truly know and appreciate your value, you won't rely on external validation to feel confident. Compliments can be accepted with grace, but they should be viewed critically. Ask yourself whether the words are consistent and sincere or inflated and opportunistic. Does the person offering praise consistently support you, or does their admiration appear only when it serves their own goals? True admiration is steady, honest, and rooted in genuine respect. It doesn't need to be over the top to feel meaningful, nor does it come with strings attached. When flattery seems excessive or out of place, take a moment to assess the situation. Look for patterns of behavior that either reinforce sincerity or reveal manipulation. This is where Stoicism offers valuable guidance. Among the greatest Stoic secrets is the ability to maintain control over your emotions and judgments, even in the face of praise. The Stoics remind us to focus on what truly matters: our character, actions, and integrity, rather than being swayed by the opinions or words of others. When someone's flattery seems overblown, ask yourself, are you being distracted by their words, or are you staying true to your purpose? Imagine how much more clarity you'd gain if you stopped letting external praise dictate your decisions. By anchoring yourself in your values and priorities, you can distinguish between those who genuinely support you and those who seek to use you for their own benefit. Exaggerated flattery tests your ability to remain self-aware and discerning. It challenges you to prioritize authentic relationships over superficial praise, to value substance over style. Remember, genuine admiration doesn't require grandiose declarations. It's quiet, consistent, and free of hidden agendas. Trust yourself and your ability to recognize when praise is real and when it's being used as a tool for manipulation. By keeping your focus on what truly matters, your goals, integrity, and growth, you ensure that no amount of exaggerated flattery can derail your journey. Your worth is not defined by the volume of praise you receive, but by the strength of your character and the authenticity of your actions. Stay vigilant, stay true to yourself, and let your values be the compass that guides you forward. What do you think is the most damaging form of envy or falsehood in relationships? Is it backhanded compliments, lack of enthusiasm, or exaggerated flattery? Comment 1 for backhanded compliments, 2 for lack of enthusiasm, or 3 for exaggerated flattery. And don't forget to stick around until the end of the video. I've got 3 more surprising insights that will give you even more tools to recognize and handle these challenges in your life. You won't want to miss it. Number 7. The disappearing act. The disappearing act is a subtle yet revealing sign of falsehood and envy that manifests in relationships. It occurs when someone is eager to stand by you during your struggles, offering a false sense of camaraderie, but suddenly vanishes when you achieve success. This pattern often uncovers deep-seated insecurity or jealousy, as their absence during your victories highlights their inability to celebrate your achievements. Their behavior stems from their own fears and inadequacies. Your success becomes a mirror reflecting what they perceive as their own failures, and rather than facing these emotions, they retreat. Such individuals may feel comfortable when you are at your lowest because it allows them to feel superior or needed, but as soon as you begin to shine, they find your growth and achievements too difficult to bear. This is not the support of a true friend, but a reflection of conditional loyalty that thrives only when it aligns with their comfort zone. What's more, this disappearing act often serves as an indication that these people are invested in your journey for selfish reasons. When you struggle, they may feel validated or find satisfaction in being the helper, but when you succeed, it disrupts the balance of the relationship, leaving them feeling inadequate or irrelevant. This behavior also reveals a lack of genuine interest in your well-being, as their engagement is conditional upon your circumstances aligning with their needs. While they may present themselves as allies, their sudden absence during your triumphs speaks volumes about their true intentions. Their envy prevents them from celebrating your wins because doing so forces them to confront their own perceived shortcomings. In essence, they are more invested in how your journey makes them feel rather than in you as a person. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca wisely observed, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. Similarly, true friendship is marked by steadfast loyalty and support, regardless of the ebbs and flows of life. When you encounter the disappearing act, let it serve as a reminder to evaluate the authenticity of your relationships. Those who fade away during your moments of success are not aligned with your growth, and clinging to them only drains your energy. Instead, focus on cultivating connections with individuals who remain by your side through both challenges and triumphs, offering unwavering support no matter the circumstance. These are the people who genuinely celebrate your victories and stand by you in difficult times, embodying the essence of a meaningful and supportive relationship. In modern life, where relationships are increasingly shaped by social media and surface-level interactions, the disappearing act is more apparent than ever. Social platforms often amplify the phenomenon, with individuals showing sympathy during public struggles but vanishing when your posts reflect success or happiness. This behavior highlights the importance of modern Stoicism, which teaches us to find stability within ourselves rather than relying on external validation. Modern Stoicism encourages us to discern genuine relationships from those driven by envy or convenience, and reminds us to prioritize inner peace over the fleeting approval of others. To address the disappearing act, focus on building a strong foundation of self-worth that isn't shaken by the ebb and flow of external support. Recognize that the people who disappear during your successes are often projecting their own insecurities and fears onto you. Their behavior says more about their struggles than about your worth. Use this realization as an opportunity to let go of superficial connections and invest in relationships that are built on mutual respect, shared values, and true loyalty. As Marcus Aurelius once said, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to think, to enjoy, to love." With this perspective, you can focus on surrounding yourself with those who uplift you, celebrate your victories, and stand firm through every chapter of your life. By doing so, you'll cultivate an environment of authenticity and support, allowing you to thrive without being burdened by the envy or falsehood of others. Number 8. Gossip. Gossip is one of the most destructive manifestations of envy and falsehood, a behavior that corrodes trust and damages relationships. Those who engage in gossip often do so to tarnish your reputation and sow seeds of doubt in others' minds. By spreading rumors and falsehoods, they aim to make people question your character and intentions, shifting the focus away from their own insecurities. Gossip is a tool used by those who feel inadequate, as tearing others down becomes their way of compensating for personal dissatisfaction. It is often rooted in envy, reflecting their discomfort with your success or contentment. As Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to think, to enjoy, to love." People who gossip fail to embrace this mindset, focusing instead on negativity and comparison. The insidious nature of gossip lies in its rapid spread and the trust it destroys. Gossipers often misuse confidences, twisting personal details to fit their own narrative or serve a hidden agenda. This behavior not only harms the person being discussed, but also erodes the integrity of the gossiper. They may appear friendly, but their actions speak louder than their words. If someone eagerly gossips about others to you, it's a clear warning that they are likely to do the same about you when you're not around. Gossip creates a toxic environment, fostering tension and conflict that isolates people and damages connections. Over time, it can fracture relationships, as the shadow of distrust lingers among those affected. In today's modern world, fueled by digital communication and social media, gossip has taken on an even more pervasive and damaging role. Falsehoods and rumors can spread with alarming speed, magnifying their impact and making it harder to repair the harm caused. Modern Stoicism teaches us to rise above such petty behavior and focus on our own character and actions, regardless of what others say. Epictetus reminds us, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. When faced with gossip, the key is to maintain your composure and dignity. Engaging in retaliation or joining the cycle of gossip will only entangle you further in negativity, dragging you away from the values of integrity and self-respect. The best way to address gossip is to let the truth shine through your actions. Stay consistent in your words and behavior, and trust that those who truly matter will see your authenticity. By choosing not to retaliate, you show strength and confidence, qualities that expose the shallowness of gossip for what it is. Avoid fueling the fire by giving gossipers the attention they seek. Instead, focus on building genuine, supportive relationships with those who value integrity. Modern Stoicism reminds us to direct our energy toward things within our control, such as our reactions and choices, rather than wasting it on external judgments that hold no true power over us. As Seneca said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, who is poor." Those who gossip are often poor in spirit, craving attention and validation in ways that reveal their own struggles. How you handle gossip says far more about you than the rumors themselves. By remaining dignified, refusing to engage in the cycle, and staying true to your principles, you not only protect your peace but also set an example for others to follow. Your integrity will outshine any falsehoods, proving that truth and authenticity always prevail over envy and deceit. This approach aligns with the wisdom of modern Stoicism, which calls us to lead with virtue, reject trivial distractions, and focus on what truly matters in the grand scheme of life. Number 9. Inconsistent stories. Inconsistent stories are one of the most telling signs that someone may not be truthful, and recognizing these discrepancies is a powerful tool for protecting yourself from deception. When someone frequently changes the details of their narrative or avoids providing specifics, it's often because they're hiding something. Think about it. Have you ever listened to someone tell a story that felt off? Perhaps one version didn't quite match another, or their explanation seemed conveniently vague. People who are dishonest often hope you won't notice these inconsistencies, relying on your trust to gloss over the gaps in their story. Sometimes they stall by offering roundabout answers, evading direct questions, or over-explaining in an effort to sound more convincing. However, dishonesty tends to unravel under scrutiny because inconsistent words and actions always reveal the truth over time. For instance, if someone claims they're committed to a goal but their behavior suggests otherwise, it's a clear sign of misalignment. Similarly, if their stories lack coherence or logical flow, it's another red flag that they may be manipulating the truth to conceal their real intentions. Let me share a modern example. Imagine Jacob, a young professional in a competitive sales job. He often talked about how he was leading the team in performance, but his numbers never seemed to add up during weekly meetings. When questioned, he'd give vague excuses like, "The data's not updated yet," or "The system had an error." His stories about client meetings would also shift. One day he'd say he closed a big deal. The next he'd claim it fell through because the client changed their mind. Over time, his colleagues began to notice the gaps in his accounts, and their trust in him eroded. The inconsistencies in Jacob's words and actions revealed that he wasn't being truthful, ultimately damaging not only his credibility, but also his relationships with the team. This example reminds us how important it is to pay attention to the details, especially when someone's words don't align with their behavior. So how do you spot these inconsistencies and protect yourself from deception? Start by listening carefully and trusting your instincts. If something doesn't add up, don't ignore it. Probe a little deeper. Ask open-ended questions to see if the story holds together, and watch for stalling tactics or vague responses. Does the person's behavior align with their claims? Are their actions consistent with their promises? Honesty has a certain clarity and simplicity, while dishonesty often hides behind confusion and contradiction. When you encounter these inconsistencies, take a step back and reassess the situation. Surround yourself with people whose words and actions are aligned and who communicate openly and transparently. This is where Stoicism offers timeless wisdom. One of the most important Stoic secrets is learning to rely on reason and observation rather than being swayed by appearances or emotions. Stoics remind us to remain calm and grounded when faced with dishonesty, trusting our ability to discern the truth. Ask yourself, are you basing your trust on evidence or on hope? Are you overlooking inconsistencies because you want to believe someone, or are you staying objective? By practicing self-awareness and focusing on facts, you can navigate through deceit without becoming entangled in it. Inconsistent stories are a test of your ability to see through the fog of falsehoods. They challenge you to value transparency and align yourself with people who are honest and reliable. Remember, actions speak louder than words, and clarity is the hallmark of genuine intent. By staying vigilant, trusting your instincts, and using reason as your guide, you can protect yourself from those who try to manipulate the truth and build stronger, more authentic relationships. Keep your focus on integrity and surround yourself with those who live by it, and you'll find it much easier to recognize and avoid the traps of inconsistency and deceit. Have you ever experienced the disappearing act in your relationships where people vanish when you succeed? Or maybe you've been caught in the web of gossip, inconsistency, or exaggerated flattery? Which of these do you think is the most dangerous? Comment 1 for the disappearing act, 2 for gossip, or 3 for exaggerated flattery. Be sure to stay tuned until the end of the video, because the last 3 insights will surprise you and provide even more ways to protect yourself from envy and falsehood. Trust me, you won't want to miss them. Number 10. Body language. Body language, the silent language of the body, is one of the most revealing indicators of a person's true emotions and intentions, often exposing what their words seek to conceal. While someone may deliver kind words or reassuring phrases, their nonverbal cues can contradict these statements, providing a clearer glimpse into their inner state. For example, a forced smile, one that stops short of reaching their eyes, often signals insincerity or discomfort, serving as a veil for emotions they'd rather not reveal. Similarly, avoiding eye contact is a classic indicator of hidden guilt or dishonesty, as the inability to meet your gaze suggests unease or evasion. Defensive postures, such as crossed arms or a rigid stance, can signal resistance, discomfort, or even subtle hostility, while habitual fidgeting, like tapping fingers, adjusting clothing, or playing with hair, may indicate nervousness or an attempt to distract from the truth. Sometimes even unconscious behaviors like clenched fists, shallow breathing, or tension in their shoulders can hint at suppressed frustration or anxiety, offering valuable insights into their emotional state. The brilliance of body language lies in its authenticity. It is challenging to control every physical cue when emotions run high or when deceit is at play. As the famed Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius observed, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. This wisdom reminds us that inner emotions inevitably reflect outwardly, and careful observation of nonverbal communication allows us to perceive what words may fail to convey. For instance, a person who hesitates in speech or stumbles over their words may be masking discomfort, doubt, or dishonesty, and shifts in vocal tone can betray emotions ranging from frustration to reluctance. These small, often overlooked details reveal a depth of understanding that transcends spoken language. In modern life, especially in an era dominated by screens and digital communication, the value of observing body language in face-to-face interactions becomes even more significant. With so much emphasis placed on words, text messages, emails, and carefully curated social media captions, body language offers a raw, unfiltered glimpse into someone's genuine feelings. Modern Stoicism, a philosophy that champions rational observation and inner tranquility, encourages us to interpret such cues with a balanced mind. Rather than jumping to conclusions or reacting emotionally to someone's nonverbal signals, modern Stoicism advises us to calmly analyze the full context of their behavior, combining their words, actions, and physical expressions to form a clearer picture of their intentions. Understanding body language not only helps us recognize envy and falsehood in others, but also empowers us to navigate relationships with greater awareness. When you notice contradictions between someone's words and their actions, trust your instincts and allow these observations to inform your decisions without overreacting. For instance, if a colleague offers you praise but maintains a tense posture or avoids eye contact, consider the possibility that their words may lack sincerity. As the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius once said, "If someone is able to show me that what I think or do is not right, I will happily change, for I seek the truth." Similarly, use body language as a tool for truth-seeking, not for judgment. By refining your ability to read these silent signals, you can better protect yourself from dishonesty and forge more authentic connections with those who genuinely align with your values. In practical terms, developing the skill to read body language involves patience and a heightened sense of awareness. Pay attention to inconsistencies. Are their smiles genuine, their tone steady, and their gestures relaxed? Or do you notice tension, hesitation, and nervous fidgeting? These observations are particularly valuable in building trust and discerning motives in both personal and professional relationships. In today's fast-paced world, where interactions are often fleeting and driven by convenience, the ability to tune into the subtleties of body language grants you a distinct advantage. It allows you to decipher the unsaid, understand the true emotions of those around you, and ensure your energy is invested in relationships that are honest and meaningful. Let the principles of modern Stoicism guide you to interpret these cues without bias or assumption, and in doing so, maintain your inner peace while navigating the complexities of human interaction. Number 11. Silence instead of celebration. The silence of others in the face of your achievements can often be more telling than any words. When people fail to acknowledge or celebrate your successes, it's not simply a passive response. It can reveal deeper feelings of jealousy, insecurity, or even resentment. This silence is a subtle yet powerful indicator that some individuals may struggle to genuinely support your growth. Instead of sharing in your joy, they may deliberately avoid discussing your wins or steer the conversation in a different direction, leaving you feeling isolated and unappreciated. As Marcus Aurelius wisely noted, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be one." In this context, the silence of others reflects their internal struggles rather than any flaw in your accomplishments, urging you to remain steadfast in your integrity and self-worth. This behavior often stems from envy, as some people may fear being overshadowed by your success or feel uncomfortable with your progress, highlighting their own perceived shortcomings. Their silence can create emotional distance, subtly chipping away at the foundations of trust and connection in relationships. Over time, this lack of acknowledgement can affect your self-esteem, making you question whether your achievements are truly meaningful. In truth, their silence speaks more about them than it does about you. Those who are unable to celebrate your victories often reveal their own insecurities and an inability to find joy in the success of others. As Seneca said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, who is poor." These individuals may crave validation or success themselves, making them unable to genuinely applaud your growth. In today's world, where social media amplifies the visibility of personal achievements, this behavior becomes even more apparent. You might notice some people who are conspicuously silent when you share your milestones, despite being quick to comment on others' posts or engage in less significant interactions. Modern Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control: our actions, our mindset, and our response to others, rather than allowing external validation, or the lack thereof, to dictate our sense of fulfillment. By staying grounded in your own values, you can resist the emotional toll of such silence and continue to celebrate your progress with confidence. To navigate this situation, surround yourself with people who genuinely share in your joy and successes. Seek out those who uplift and inspire you, who make you feel valued, and who see your victories as something to celebrate rather than as a threat. When you focus on meaningful connections, you cultivate an environment where mutual growth and happiness thrive. Avoid placing too much weight on the reactions, or lack thereof, of those who cannot celebrate with you. As Epictetus reminds us, wealth consists not in having great possessions but in having few wants. Your achievements are valuable not because others acknowledge them, but because they reflect your dedication, hard work, and growth. Instead of dwelling on the silence of others, channel your energy into celebrating your wins with those who truly matter. Share your milestones with friends, family, or colleagues who genuinely appreciate your efforts, and allow their support to strengthen your resolve. Remember that your worth is not tied to the applause of others but is rooted in your commitment to your own path. Modern Stoicism reminds us to embrace the journey of self-improvement with gratitude and grace, focusing on the progress we make rather than the reactions we receive. Ultimately, the silence of others cannot diminish the value of your accomplishments unless you allow it to. Celebrate yourself, and let your success speak louder than their silence ever could. Number 12. Subtle undermining. Subtle undermining is one of the most insidious forms of manipulation, designed to chip away at your confidence and disrupt your sense of self without being overtly confrontational. It often comes cloaked in casual remarks or seemingly harmless behavior, making it difficult to spot at first. Phrases like, "Are you sure you're ready for this?" or "Maybe you should lower your expectations" may sound like genuine concern, but they are often calculated to create doubt. These comments can feel like minor annoyances in the moment, but over time, their cumulative effect can be deeply damaging, planting seeds of uncertainty that make you second-guess your decisions, skills, and even your purpose. People who engage in this behavior might also stir up conflict in group settings, undermining harmony and sowing division, all while presenting themselves as neutral or even supportive. Their goal is not only to weaken your resolve but also to subtly position themselves as superior or indispensable. Recognizing these tactics is the first step in protecting yourself from their impact. To illustrate this, let's look at a modern example. Mia, a rising star in her company, was excited about a big project she had been entrusted with. Her colleague, Daniel, often framed himself as a mentor, offering advice that on the surface appeared well-meaning. He would say things like, "That's an ambitious idea. Don't you think it might be too much for now?" Or, You've got great potential, but maybe this project isn't the right one to showcase it. At first, Mia appreciated his input, but she started noticing a pattern. Every time she felt confident, Daniel's comments left her doubting herself. He wasn't outright critical. His words were wrapped in a tone of care, making it harder for Mia to recognize the undermining. Over time, she realized that his advice never pushed her forward. It only pulled her back. Once she identified his behavior for what it was, she stopped seeking his input and began relying on her own instincts and the feedback of trusted allies. Her confidence returned, and she went on to lead the project successfully, proving that his doubts were baseless. So how can you guard yourself against subtle undermining? First, stay mindful of how others' words make you feel. Do their comments leave you feeling stronger and more capable, or do they linger like a shadow, creating unnecessary doubt? Trust your instincts. If a remark feels off, it probably is. Pay attention to patterns. Consistent negativity, even when disguised as friendly advice, is a red flag. Strengthen your confidence by focusing on your track record of successes and your unique abilities. One of the most empowering Stoic secrets is the ability to detach from external validation and focus on what you know to be true about yourself. The Stoics teach us to remain centered and unshaken, especially in the face of attempts to destabilize us. By anchoring yourself in your own values and strengths, you can filter out comments that do not serve your growth. Ask yourself, what might you accomplish if you stopped giving weight to the opinions of those who subtly undermine you? How much further could you go if you trusted your intuition and focused on your goals without letting outside doubt cloud your vision? Remember, subtle undermining often reflects the insecurities of the person making the remarks, not your own capabilities. By staying vigilant and recognizing these behaviors, you take away their power. Surround yourself with people who genuinely uplift you, and don't let the whispers of doubt derail your journey. Your path is your own, and your confidence is one of your greatest assets. Guard it fiercely. By trusting yourself, embracing your strengths, and refusing to let underminers sway you, you can achieve your goals with clarity and purpose, unshaken by those who aim to hold you back. As we wrap up this video, I want to hear from you. Have you ever noticed body language or subtle behaviors in others that gave you a deeper understanding of their true intentions? Comment yes or comment 1 if you've experienced this and want to dive deeper into these insights. And don't forget to stick around until the end of the video. There's one last piece of advice that will really surprise you and add a powerful tool to your life toolkit. Number 13. Hidden agendas. Hidden agendas can be among the most insidious and dangerous forms of deception, often masked behind a facade of kindness, friendliness, or concern. Those who operate with hidden agendas are often skilled at presenting themselves as helpful and supportive, but their true motivations are rooted in personal gain rather than genuine care for your well-being. They offer assistance or guidance, but their support is not unconditional. It comes with an unspoken expectation of something in return. This type of behavior can be especially difficult to detect because it cloaks itself in generosity, making it easy to trust them, only to find that their intentions are not what they seemed. The real danger lies in the realization that their actions were always aimed at extracting value from you, rather than building a genuine, mutually beneficial relationship. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca once stated, "No man is free who is not master of himself," reminding us that we must be aware and discerning, not just of the surface level of interactions, but of the deeper motives behind them. People with hidden agendas often practice conditional support. They will help you, but only as long as it serves their interests. This type of relationship can leave you feeling used and emotionally drained, as it relies on your vulnerability for their personal gain. When their objectives are achieved, they frequently disappear, leaving you feeling betrayed and questioning the authenticity of past interactions. What begins as a gesture of goodwill may end with feelings of abandonment when their needs no longer align with yours. Their support is always contingent, and once it no longer benefits them, they withdraw, leaving you isolated and vulnerable. In the worst cases, they may even use your personal information or trust as a tool for manipulation, pushing you to serve their objectives under the guise of friendly advice or concern. Recognizing hidden agendas is crucial for protecting your emotional well-being and maintaining healthy relationships. In modern life, where personal and professional connections can often be transactional, it's essential to approach interactions with caution, especially when someone offers help that seems too good to be true. The wise words of Epictetus, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants," suggest that fulfillment and contentment come not from what we receive from others, but from being at peace with our own choices and needs. This philosophy emphasizes the importance of recognizing when others are offering help with ulterior motives and refusing to rely on them for validation or support. When you remain true to your own principles, you will naturally attract relationships based on honesty and mutual respect, rather than exploitation. The best way to navigate individuals with hidden agendas is to remain cautious about what personal information you share and with whom you share it. Be mindful of the relationships you build, ensuring they are grounded in genuine care rather than hidden motives. Trust should be earned through consistent actions, not just through words or promises. One of the key tenets of modern Stoicism is understanding that your inner peace and security must not depend on the approval or validation of others, particularly when their motives are uncertain. Build relationships with people who have nothing to gain from your success, those who offer help because they believe in you, not because they stand to profit from it. Protect yourself from the emotional drain of manipulative relationships by choosing to invest your energy in those who demonstrate unconditional support and trustworthiness. As Marcus Aurelius put it, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injustice," reminding us that by cultivating integrity and inner strength, we naturally repel deceitful individuals and attract authentic relationships. In the end, people with hidden agendas can often mask their true intentions for longer periods, but with mindfulness and awareness, you can safeguard yourself from being exploited. By focusing on authenticity, cultivating genuine connections, and practicing the principles of modern Stoicism, you empower yourself to navigate the complexities of human interaction without falling prey to deceitful behavior. Recognize that your worth and success are not tied to what others can extract from you, but rather to your ability to maintain integrity, set boundaries, and nurture meaningful reciprocal relationships. Trust yourself to see through hidden agendas and stay committed to the path of honesty and virtue that modern Stoicism encourages. As we wrap up today's video, I encourage you to take these principles and apply them to your daily life. Recognizing envy and falsehood isn't just about understanding others. It's about empowering yourself to rise above negativity and stay focused on your personal growth. By embracing your inner strength, protecting your energy, and staying true to your values, you can build a life filled with purpose and authenticity. Surround yourself with those who uplift and support you, and always remember that your worth is not determined by others' insecurities. Now, I'd love to hear from you. How do you deal with envy and falsehood in your own life? Drop a comment below, share your thoughts, and don't forget to share this video with someone who might benefit. Keep soaring higher because the best view is always reserved for those who rise above. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Keep living stoic with Stoic in your life. "99% of people aged 70 to 80 cannot do these 11 things. Wisdom for living, Stoicism. It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live." Marcus Aurelius. Have you ever thought about what separates those who age gracefully and maintain a zest for life from those who struggle in their later years? Today, on Stoic in Your Life, we're diving deep into the wisdom that reveals the secrets behind a fulfilled and vibrant old age. We're talking about habits, small, consistent actions that make all the difference. In this video, we'll explore 11 things that 99% of people aged 70 to 80 find challenging or even impossible to do. But here's the kicker. You can start cultivating these habits today to ensure your later years are filled with strength, wisdom, and joy. Stick around, because the last point might just change the way you view aging forever. If you find this content valuable, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and tap the bell icon so you never miss out on the wisdom we share. Let's get started. Lesson 1. Keep a sharp mind and see through people's tricks. How many of us have looked at someone much older, yet brimming with energy and clarity, and wondered, what's their secret? As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." In today's discussion, we delve into the wisdom of living a full life well into our golden years. This isn't just about growing older, but doing so with grace, strength, and mental sharpness. As we journey through life, one of the greatest assets we can cultivate is a sharp mind, a mind that can see through people's tricks, navigate life's complexities, and remain steady amidst chaos. This ability is not something that comes with age alone, but through constant practice and a commitment to intellectual growth. When you think of great minds like Marcus Aurelius, who led the Roman Empire with wisdom and restraint, it's clear that a sharp mind is one that is continuously honed, like a sword kept ready for battle. So, how can we develop this ability to see through the facade that people often present? The first step is to stay curious and always ask questions. As Socrates famously put it, "The unexamined life is not worth living." Asking the right questions keeps our minds active and less prone to manipulation. But it goes beyond curiosity. We must also develop the habit of critical thinking, questioning the status quo, analyzing motives, and understanding that not everything presented to us is as it seems. Consider this. In a world filled with misinformation, fake news, and half-truths, those who can't see through these deceptions are easily led astray. This is especially true as we age. The ability to discern fact from fiction doesn't just protect us. It allows us to make wiser decisions, maintain meaningful relationships, and live a life true to our values. Remember the words of Seneca, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." It's essential to challenge our perceptions and never take things at face value. Wisdom and clarity come from a life lived with intention and awareness. In modern times, it's easier than ever to be caught up in a whirlwind of distractions. Social media, constant notifications, endless to-do lists. It's no wonder so many of us feel overwhelmed, our minds dulled by the sheer volume of information. To keep a sharp mind, we must prioritize our mental well-being by engaging in activities that stimulate our brains, like reading, puzzles, or learning new skills. Additionally, mindfulness practices such as meditation can help us maintain focus and clarity, cutting through the noise of everyday life. This is where the Stoic practice of premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils, comes into play. By mentally preparing for challenges, we train our minds to remain calm and clear, even when faced with adversity. Furthermore, a sharp mind is not just about intelligence, but emotional intelligence, the ability to read people, understand their motives, and navigate social dynamics with grace and tact. Think about a time when you've seen through someone's hidden agenda or recognized a false compliment. That skill can be refined, much like a muscle, through consistent use. To see through people's tricks, you must also understand the power of empathy and active listening. By truly listening to others, not just hearing them, we can discern truth from deception, sincerity from manipulation. This aligns with the Stoic teaching of understanding human nature. As Epictetus wisely noted, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." Being able to see through people's tricks is about understanding human behavior and motives, a skill that remains invaluable throughout life. It's not about becoming cynical, but rather about becoming wise, knowing that not everyone's words or actions align with their true intentions. And while this might seem daunting, it's quite empowering. When you are not easily fooled, You can focus on building genuine connections and protecting your peace of mind from those who do not have your best interests at heart. In applying these principles to our daily lives, we can learn to navigate the world more effectively. When someone tries to manipulate us, we can respond with calm clarity, not allowing their actions to disrupt our inner peace. This is particularly crucial as we age. Many older adults find themselves vulnerable to scams, manipulation, or even well-intentioned but misguided advice from others. But with a sharp mind, they can remain independent, make sound decisions, and live a life of dignity and purpose. A practical way to start sharpening your mind is to practice daily reflection. At the end of each day, ask yourself, what did I learn today? Did I see something that wasn't quite right? How did I handle that situation? Reflecting helps you consolidate your experiences and learn from them, making you more astute in the future. Additionally, engage with people who challenge you intellectually. Debate ideas, read different perspectives, and never shy away from difficult conversations. This kind of mental exercise keeps your brain agile and ready to see through the complexities of life. To connect this to modern life, think of how often we face decisions influenced by others, whether it's a persuasive advertisement, a political campaign, or even a friend's suggestion. Being able to see through the surface and question deeper motives enables us to make choices that truly serve our well-being. This aligns with the Stoic idea of focusing on what is within our control. As Marcus Aurelius reminds us, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Keeping a sharp mind isn't just about staying mentally active. It's about cultivating a deeper understanding of human nature and using that understanding to navigate life wisely. It's about recognizing that our perceptions shape our reality and choosing to see the world with clarity and purpose. So, let us strive to sharpen our minds, to see beyond the surface, and to live with the wisdom that only comes from truly understanding ourselves and the world around us. This is the path to a fulfilling life, not just in our later years, but every day that we are fortunate enough to live. Lesson 2. Your body stays in good shape. Keeping your body in good shape is more than just about looking good. It's about maintaining your independence, your ability to enjoy life, and the freedom to do what you love, even as you age. You see, your body is like a car. If you don't take care of it, it's going to break down sooner rather than later. Think about it. How many people in their 70s and 80s do you see struggling with simple tasks, like climbing a flight of stairs or even just standing up from a chair? Now, what if I told you that this doesn't have to be your future? You can choose to live differently, to prioritize your physical health today, so that you can continue to live a life full of vitality and freedom tomorrow. The ancient Stoics, such as Seneca and Marcus Aurelius, often reminded us that our bodies are not separate from our minds. They are interconnected and deeply influence one another. Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." But this power also extends to our physical selves. When we take care of our bodies, we are also nurturing our minds. Consider the energy and mental clarity that comes after a good workout. Your body feels alive, your mind sharp, and your spirit uplifted. But maintaining your body isn't just about hitting the gym or lifting weights. It's about incorporating movement into your daily routine in ways that are enjoyable and sustainable. Do you enjoy walking? Make it a habit to walk every morning and observe the world around you. Do you like dancing? Then dance in your living room as if no one is watching. The key is consistency, finding ways to move that you love so that it never feels like a chore. Now let's bring this to a story that's relevant in modern life. I know a man, David, in his early 40s, who realized the importance of physical health a little late. He was a successful corporate executive, spending long hours at his desk, glued to his computer screen and attending endless meetings. His life was all about work, and he rarely found time for exercise or even a simple stretch. One day, he noticed he was getting tired too quickly. His back hurt constantly, and he felt much older than his actual age. That's when he decided to change. David started small, just a 10-minute walk during his lunch break. Over time, that walk turned into a jog, and that jog eventually led him to discover a love for yoga. Now David not only feels better physically, but his mental clarity has improved, and he's even found that he handles stress at work much more effectively. He often says, "Taking care of my body has been the best decision of my life. It's given me a new perspective and energy to tackle everything else." Ask yourself this: are you making choices today that your future self will thank you for? Are you investing in your health, not just for the sake of vanity, but for the sake of a long, enjoyable, and fulfilling life? We often think that aging means inevitably getting weaker, but it doesn't have to be that way. Strength training, for example, is incredibly beneficial, especially as we age. It helps maintain muscle mass, which is crucial for overall mobility and balance, reducing the risk of falls, a significant concern for older adults. It's never too late to start, whether you're 30, 50, or even 70. Studies have shown that even in their 80s and beyond, people can still build muscle and strength. It's about persistence, about starting where you are and progressing little by little. Moreover, keeping your body in good shape isn't just about exercise, it's also about nutrition. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. The foods you consume fuel your body and mind, impacting your energy levels, mood, and even your cognitive abilities. A diet rich in fruits, vegetables, lean proteins, and whole grains provides the necessary nutrients to keep your body functioning at its best. On the flip side, a diet high in processed foods, sugars, and unhealthy fats can lead to weight gain, fatigue, and a host of health problems down the line. So consider your diet. Are you eating foods that nourish you or ones that merely fill you up? A simple change, like incorporating more greens into your meals or reducing sugary snacks, can make a significant difference in how you feel and perform each day. Think about the role that your environment plays in your physical health as well. Are you surrounding yourself with people who encourage an active lifestyle? Or are you spending time with those who prefer a sedentary way of life? Your social circle can significantly impact your habits and attitudes towards health. It's much easier to go for that evening walk or attend a fitness class if you have a friend or partner joining you. Social support and accountability can be powerful motivators in maintaining an active lifestyle. And it's not just about exercise, it's also about rest and recovery. A good night's sleep is fundamental to your overall well-being. It's during sleep that your body repairs itself, your muscles recover, and your mind rejuvenates. So, ask yourself, are you getting enough quality sleep, or are you burning the candle at both ends? The Stoics believed in living in accordance with nature, and this includes listening to our bodies and respecting their need for rest. As Epictetus wisely said, "No great thing is created suddenly, any more than a bunch of grapes or a fig. If you tell me that you desire a fig, I answer that there must be time. Let it first blossom, then bear fruit, then ripen." In the same way, achieving a healthy and strong body is not an overnight task. It requires patience, dedication, and a commitment to nurturing oneself over time. Remember that maintaining your body in good shape is about much more than just avoiding the infirmities of old age. It's about living a life that's full of energy, enthusiasm, and the freedom to pursue what you love, without being limited by physical constraints. So what will you do today to take a step toward better health? Will you go for that walk? Prepare a healthy meal? Or maybe stretch out the tension in your back? Your future self is counting on you to make the right choices now. And as you do, you will find that a strong, healthy body also nurtures a resilient, clear mind, perfectly aligned with the Stoic way of living, a life of virtue, wisdom, and fulfillment. Because in the end, a healthy body supports a healthy mind, and both are essential for living a truly good life. Lesson 3. You have hobbies and life is never boring. Having hobbies is not just a way to pass the time. It's a way to enrich your life, keep your mind sharp, and ensure that life is never boring no matter your age. Think about it. When was the last time you lost track of time doing something you love? Maybe it was painting, gardening, playing an instrument, or even learning a new language. Hobbies are more than mere distractions. They are the fuel that keeps our inner fire burning, providing us with a sense of purpose, joy, and fulfillment. As we age, it becomes even more crucial to have interests that keep us engaged and mentally active. The philosopher Aristotle once said, "Pleasure in the job puts perfection in the work." This quote isn't just about your career, but about any passion that captivates your heart and mind. It's these passions that make life feel rich and worthwhile, giving us something to look forward to every day. But why are hobbies so essential, especially as we grow older? Well, think of hobbies as a way to stay mentally agile. Studies have shown that engaging in hobbies can improve cognitive functions, such as memory and problem-solving skills. When you learn a new skill or immerse yourself in an activity that challenges you, you're exercising your brain in the same way physical activity exercises your body. Hobbies help create new neural connections, keeping your mind sharp and your spirit youthful. Consider this. Have you ever noticed how quickly time passes when you're fully immersed in a hobby you love? That state of flow, where you're so engaged that everything else fades away, is incredibly beneficial for your mental health. It reduces stress, increases happiness, and gives you a sense of achievement. Moreover, hobbies often bring a sense of community. Whether it's joining a local book club, a painting class, or a chess group, these activities provide opportunities to connect with like-minded individuals, fostering a sense of belonging and reducing feelings of loneliness, which are common as we age. Marcus Aurelius, one of the great Stoic philosophers, wrote, "Man is a social animal. We cannot live alone." By engaging in hobbies that we love and sharing these experiences with others, we cultivate a sense of community and support, essential for a fulfilling life. So ask yourself, do you have a hobby that you love? Are you actively seeking out new experiences that excite and challenge you? Having hobbies also helps us embrace a growth mindset, the idea that our abilities can be developed through dedication and hard work. This mindset is particularly empowering as we age, reminding us that it's never too late to learn something new or pursue a passion we've always dreamed of. Many of us have preconceived notions that certain activities are too difficult or that we're too old to start something new. But think about the countless stories of people who took up new hobbies later in life and excelled at them, like Grandma Moses, who started painting in her 70s and became one of America's most beloved folk artists. Her story is a powerful reminder that age is just a number. It's the passion within that truly counts. So, what's stopping you from picking up that guitar you've always wanted to learn, or signing up for that cooking class? Remember, as the Stoics teach us, the obstacles in our path can become the path itself. When we pursue hobbies, we're not only keeping ourselves busy, but also opening ourselves up to new experiences and possibilities. Every time you learn something new, or take on a new challenge, you're proving to yourself that you are capable of growth and change, no matter your age. This is a powerful antidote to the fear of aging, or the misconception that life becomes duller as we grow older. On the contrary, life can become richer, more vibrant, and more rewarding with each passing year, if we cultivate interests that keep our minds and hearts engaged. Think of a hobby as a small seed that, with time and attention, grows into a beautiful tree, bearing fruit for years to come. Just like that tree, our hobbies need nurturing, patience, and dedication. Consider the example of a retired teacher who took up photography. Initially, it was just a way to fill her days, but soon it became a passion. She started exploring her city with her camera, capturing moments of everyday beauty. Over time, her hobby grew into something more. She began showcasing her work in local exhibitions, met other photographers, and even taught photography classes. What began as a simple hobby turned into a new chapter of her life, filled with creativity, connection, and purpose. Her story illustrates that hobbies are not just about filling time. They are about enriching our lives, giving us new stories to tell, and creating opportunities for growth and connection. But let's bring it back to you. Are you nurturing a hobby that brings you joy? Are you allowing yourself to explore new interests? Or have you resigned yourself to the idea that it's too late? It's never too late to try something new. The key is to start small and give yourself permission to enjoy the process without worrying about perfection or results. After all, the purpose of a hobby isn't to be the best. It's to engage, to learn, and to find pleasure in the activity itself. As the Roman philosopher Seneca wisely noted, "It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that they are difficult." Dare to try, dare to fail, and most importantly, dare to enjoy the process. Hobbies are also a great way to practice mindfulness, being present in the moment. Whether you're painting, gardening, playing music, or even knitting, hobbies require you to focus on the task at hand, providing a break from the constant noise of daily life. This focus can be incredibly calming and therapeutic, reducing anxiety and fostering a sense of inner peace. So, consider what activities make you feel most alive and most present. What hobbies allow you to lose track of time and feel truly engaged? And how can you incorporate more of these activities into your daily routine? Remember that having hobbies keeps life vibrant and prevents it from becoming monotonous or predictable. They keep our minds active, our hearts engaged, and our spirits high. In a world that often values productivity above all else, hobbies remind us of the joy of simply doing something for the love of it. So I encourage you to think about what you love doing, or what you've always wanted to try, and make time for it. Your hobbies are your refuge, your playground, and your field of exploration. They are the keys to a fulfilling life, offering joy, purpose, and endless possibilities, regardless of your age. Embrace them, nurture them, and let them be a reminder that life is full of opportunities for growth, discovery, and happiness. Remember, life is never boring when you have something you love to do. So, what hobby will you explore next? Lesson 4. Social connections. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to thrive in their golden years, while others struggle with loneliness and a lack of purpose? One of the most overlooked secrets to a fulfilling life as we age is the power of social connections. As the great Stoic philosopher Seneca once said, "Friendship always benefits, love sometimes injures." In this lesson, we're going to explore the vital role that social connections play in maintaining not just our happiness but our health and longevity. So, let's dive deep into why fostering meaningful relationships is one of the most important things you can do for yourself, not just now, but for the rest of your life. Human beings are inherently social creatures. Our need to connect with others runs deep, and it's something that has been part of our evolutionary fabric for thousands of years. Yet, as we move through life, juggling careers, responsibilities, and personal goals, we often underestimate the importance of maintaining and nurturing our social connections. This oversight becomes more pronounced as we age, and for many, the golden years can become a period of isolation, leading to a decline in both mental and physical health. But here's a thought. What if the key to aging well isn't just about keeping our bodies and minds active, but also about keeping our social networks alive and vibrant? Studies consistently show that people who maintain strong social connections tend to live longer, healthier, and happier lives. This isn't just about having a large circle of friends. It's about cultivating meaningful relationships that provide emotional support, intellectual stimulation, and a sense of belonging. Consider the words of Marcus Aurelius. "Men exist for the sake of one another. Teach them or bear with them." This quote isn't just about tolerance. It's about the essential role we play in each other's lives. Think about a time when a simple conversation with a friend, or even a friendly stranger, lifted your spirits. Social connections provide us with an opportunity to share our joys and burdens, to feel understood, and to realize that we are not alone in our struggles. They are the threads that weave together the fabric of our existence, creating a tapestry of shared experiences and mutual support. And as we age, these connections become even more crucial. Why? Because they provide a buffer against the loneliness and isolation that can creep in, especially when life slows down. We all know someone who seems to have aged gracefully, surrounded by friends and loved ones, always engaged in community activities or social gatherings. These people aren't just lucky. They've made a conscious effort to invest in their social lives. It's like planting a garden. If you want it to thrive, you must water it regularly and nurture it with care. The same goes for friendships and social ties. Now consider this in the context of modern life. We live in an age of digital communication, where it's easy to mistake online interactions for real, meaningful connections. But there's a significant difference between liking someone's post on social media and having a heart-to-heart conversation over coffee. Genuine connections require effort and presence. They require us to be fully engaged and willing to share parts of ourselves with others. It's about quality, not quantity. A few deep, meaningful relationships can be far more enriching than 100 superficial ones. And this is where we must challenge ourselves. Are we truly connecting with others? Or are we just staying in touch on the surface? Are we fostering relationships that bring us joy and fulfillment? Or are we merely maintaining contacts out of convenience or habit? It's also important to remember that social connections don't just provide emotional benefits. They have tangible physical health benefits as well. Studies have shown that strong social ties can boost our immune system, reduce the risk of chronic diseases, and even help us recover faster from illness. When we connect with others, our bodies release oxytocin, a hormone that promotes feelings of trust and reduces stress. This is why, even in moments of hardship, having someone to talk to can make all the difference. The Stoics understood this well. Epictetus once said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." Listening to others, truly being present for them, and sharing in their joys and sorrows is a fundamental part of being human. It's about giving as much as it is about receiving. So how can we apply this wisdom in our daily lives to ensure we maintain strong social connections as we age? Start by making a conscious effort to reach out to those around you. Don't wait for others to come to you. Take the initiative. Call an old friend, join a club, or participate in community events. Engage in conversations that go beyond small talk. Ask questions, share your thoughts, and show genuine interest in others. And don't forget to nurture your closest relationships. Like any other investment, the more you put into it, the more you'll get out. This might mean scheduling regular get-togethers or setting aside time each week to check in on someone you care about. And remember, it's never too late to form new friendships or rekindle old ones. Sometimes the most unexpected relationships can bring the greatest joy and fulfillment. Consider the story of John, a retiree who found himself feeling isolated after moving to a new city. Instead of resigning himself to a life of solitude, he decided to join a local chess club. Not only did he rekindle his passion for the game, but he also met new friends who shared his interests. Over time, these connections became a vital source of companionship and joy in his life, proving that it's never too late to build new bridges. John's story is a reminder that maintaining social connections requires action and openness to new experiences. Now, ask yourself, are you investing enough in your social connections? Are you building relationships that will sustain you, not just now, but well into your later years? The strength of our social bonds can often determine our quality of life more than any other factor. It's not about how many people you know, but how deeply you connect with them. As we age, we have the opportunity to focus more on these relationships, to deepen them, and to create lasting memories that will keep us vibrant and engaged. So, take the time today to think about your social connections. Reach out, engage, and remember that these ties are what will keep you grounded and fulfilled, no matter what life throws your way. In the end, life is not just about surviving, but about thriving. And our social connections are a crucial part of that journey. The wisdom of the Stoics teaches us that we are all interconnected, and it is through these connections that we find true meaning and happiness in life. So, What steps will you take today to strengthen your social ties and enrich your life for the years to come? Thank you for joining us in this video. After learning about these key principles for a fulfilling life, which one do you think is the most important for personal growth and happiness as we age? Have you or someone you know experienced the benefits of these Stoic teachings in daily life? We'd love to hear your thoughts. If you're not sure how to start, feel free to share which principle you found most intriguing or ask any questions you have about applying these ideas. Your insights and experiences could inspire others in our community. Don't hesitate. Leave a comment below. Lesson 5. Financial stability. When we talk about financial stability, we're not just discussing numbers in a bank account. We're talking about peace of mind, freedom, and the ability to live life on your own terms, especially as you grow older. Think about it. What does financial stability really mean to you? Is it the ability to retire comfortably, knowing you won't have to worry about where your next meal is coming from, or whether you can afford your medical bills? Or is it about having the flexibility to pursue passions, support loved ones, and enjoy life's pleasures without the constant stress of financial insecurity? Financial stability is not just a goal. It's a fundamental aspect of a fulfilling and secure life, especially as we approach our later years. But how do we achieve it? And more importantly, how do we maintain it? Let's explore this together, looking at both practical steps and the mindset needed to build a financially stable future. First, let's address the importance of planning. Just as a Stoic would prepare for life's uncertainties by cultivating a resilient mind, we too must prepare for financial uncertainties by cultivating good habits and a thoughtful strategy. Think about it. Do you have a clear financial plan for your future? Are you regularly saving, investing wisely, and living within your means? As Epictetus once said, wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. This isn't about denying ourselves the pleasures of life, but about understanding the difference between wants and needs, between instant gratification and long-term security. Financial stability starts with a solid plan, one that includes budgeting, saving, investing, and planning for retirement. It means being proactive about managing your money, rather than reactive. Ask yourself, are you in control of your finances, or are your finances controlling you? Now consider the story of Sarah, a woman in her mid-50s who learned the hard way the value of financial planning. In her 30s and 40s, Sarah enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle, spending freely on luxuries and not paying much attention to saving for the future. Then came an unexpected health issue that forced her into early retirement. Suddenly, without a stable income and with mounting medical bills, Sarah realized she hadn't prepared adequately for this stage of her life. She had to downsize, cut back on expenses, and rely on family support. But instead of giving in to despair, Sarah decided to turn things around. She sought financial advice, started a strict budgeting regimen, and took up part-time work from home to rebuild her savings. Over time, she regained her financial footing, but she often reflects on how different things might have been if she had started planning earlier. Sarah's story is a powerful reminder that life can throw us unexpected curveballs, and having a financial cushion can make all the difference. But financial stability isn't just about preparing for the unexpected. It's also about making smart choices with the money you do have. This involves understanding the basics of investing, diversifying your portfolio, and being cautious about debt. It's easy to fall into the trap of using credit cards or taking on loans to finance a lifestyle beyond our means. But remember the wise words of Seneca: debt is the slavery of the free. Living beyond our means today can lead to a life of financial constraint tomorrow. So, consider your current spending habits. Are they aligned with your long-term financial goals? Are you spending on things that truly matter? Or are you accumulating things that bring only temporary satisfaction? It's crucial to cultivate a mindset of financial discipline, where every dollar spent is a step either towards or away from your financial freedom. Let's also talk about the importance of building an emergency fund. This isn't just a safety net, it's a foundation upon which financial stability is built. Having a reserve for unforeseen expenses, whether it's a sudden home repair, a health emergency, or even a pandemic, can prevent you from sliding into debt or having to make drastic lifestyle changes. Financial advisors often suggest having 3 to 6 months' worth of expenses saved up in an easily accessible account. How does your emergency fund look? Is it enough to cover you in times of unexpected need? If not, what steps can you start taking today to build it up? Remember, it's never too late to start saving, even if it's just a small amount each month. Over time, these small contributions can grow, providing a buffer that brings peace of mind. In modern life, it can be easy to lose sight of these principles. We're constantly bombarded with messages to buy, consume, and upgrade, often equating material wealth with success and happiness. But true financial stability is about having the freedom to make choices that align with your values and needs, not feeling trapped by financial obligations or the pursuit of more. So how can you align your financial habits with your values? What steps can you take to simplify your life and focus on what truly brings you joy and fulfillment? At the end of the day, financial stability is about more than just money. It's about securing your future and ensuring that you can live with dignity, independence, and peace of mind. As we reflect on this, let's remember the Stoic teaching that advises us to focus on what we can control. We may not be able to control the stock market, economic downturns, or unexpected expenses, but we can control how we prepare for these possibilities. It's about making wise, informed decisions and understanding that every financial choice today impacts our tomorrow. So, what lessons can we draw from all this? First, be proactive rather than reactive with your finances. Take the time to plan, save, and invest in your future. Second, understand the power of living within your means and avoiding unnecessary debt. Third, prioritize building an emergency fund to shield yourself from life's uncertainties. And lastly, align your financial decisions with your core values and long-term goals. Ask yourself, what kind of financial future do you want? And what steps can you take today to make that a reality? Your financial stability is in your hands, and by taking control now, you can ensure a more secure and fulfilling life in the years to come. Remember, it's not just about surviving, it's about thriving. And with the right mindset and habits, you can create a future where you not only live, but truly flourish. Lesson 6. Nurture your sense of humor. Have you ever noticed how some people, even as they age, manage to keep a twinkle in their eyes and a lightness in their step? They seem to laugh easily, joke often, and approach life with a sense of joy and playfulness that's infectious. What is their secret? It's the power of a good sense of humor. A sense of humor is not just about making others laugh. It's a vital tool for navigating life's ups and downs with grace and resilience. Humor can be a bridge over troubled waters, a balm for the soul, and a way to maintain perspective in challenging times. It keeps us youthful, not just in spirit but also in health. As Mark Twain famously said, humor is mankind's greatest blessing. So how can nurturing a sense of humor contribute to a fulfilling and resilient life, especially as we grow older? Let's explore this together. First, consider the many benefits that come with having a good sense of humor. Laughter, as they say, is the best medicine, and there is more truth to this than you might think. Studies have shown that laughter can reduce stress, boost the immune system, and even relieve pain by triggering the release of endorphins, the body's natural feel-good chemicals. But beyond the physical benefits, a sense of humor can also be a powerful mental tool. It allows us to see things from a different perspective, to find light even in dark situations, and to connect with others in a genuine way. When was the last time you found yourself laughing at a situation that might have otherwise upset you? How did it make you feel? Chances are it provided a moment of relief, a way to release tension, and a reminder that no matter how serious life gets, there's always room for a little levity. Now think about how this applies to our later years. Aging comes with its own set of challenges. Health concerns, loss of loved ones, and sometimes the feeling of becoming less relevant in a rapidly changing world. But a good sense of humor can act as a buffer against these challenges, helping us cope with the inevitable changes that come with age. Imagine facing a tough diagnosis or navigating the realities of a fixed income. Those who can laugh, who can find humor in their daily lives, are often better equipped to handle these situations with grace and resilience. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher, once advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." In much the same way, cultivating a sense of humor is about choosing to focus on the lighter side of life no matter what challenges we face. It's about finding strength in laughter and using it as a tool to navigate life's ups and downs. Consider the story of Tom, a man in his late 70s who was known for his sharp wit and infectious laugh. Tom faced many of the common struggles that come with aging. He had arthritis that made it difficult to move. He had lost friends and family over the years, and he often felt the sting of loneliness. Yet, despite these challenges, Tom never lost his sense of humor. He loved telling stories, especially ones where he was the butt of the joke, and he had a knack for making others laugh, even in the most serious situations. Once, when his arthritis flared up and he found himself struggling to get up from a chair, he chuckled and said, "Well, I guess gravity wins again." His humor not only lightened his own burden but also brought joy to those around him. Tom's ability to laugh, even at himself, served as a powerful reminder that life, no matter how tough, can always be approached with a sense of humor. But why is humor so crucial, especially as we age? It helps us stay connected to others. Humor has a way of breaking down barriers, of bringing people together. It can turn strangers into friends and tension into relaxation. When we share a laugh, we are reminded of our shared humanity and the fact that, at the end of the day, we're all in this together. So, how often do you allow yourself to laugh? Do you find humor in your daily life, or do you take things too seriously? It's worth considering, especially since social connections are vital to our well-being as we age. A good laugh can be the perfect icebreaker, a way to initiate and maintain relationships. And these relationships in turn provide support, comfort, and companionship, all of which are essential for a fulfilling life. Furthermore, a sense of humor helps us maintain a positive outlook on life. It's easy to get caught up in the negatives, the aches and pains, the loss of youth, the uncertainty of the future. But those who nurture their sense of humor find it easier to focus on the positives, to see the glass as half full, and to find joy in the simple pleasures. As we grow older, life is less about what we achieve and more about how we experience it. A sense of humor allows us to embrace this shift, to find happiness not in what we have but in how we perceive the world around us. It encourages us to not take ourselves too seriously, and to remember that life is a journey meant to be enjoyed, not endured. Let's not forget the mental health benefits of humor either. In a world where anxiety and depression are all too common, especially among older adults, humor offers a natural antidote. It can lighten our mood, provide a temporary escape from worries, and foster a sense of hope and resilience. When we laugh, we are reminded that there is still good in the world, still joy to be found, even in the simplest of moments. And isn't that what we all want? To live a life filled with joy, connection, and meaning? So how can you nurture your sense of humor as you age? Start by seeking out humor in your daily life. Watch a funny movie, read a humorous book, or spend time with people who make you laugh. Don't be afraid to laugh at yourself. Self-deprecating humor is often the best kind, as it shows a level of humility and self-awareness that is both endearing and disarming. Remember the words of Epictetus, who said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Choose to react with laughter. Choose to see the humor in everyday situations, and most importantly, choose to share that humor with others. Nurturing your sense of humor is not just a nice-to-have, it's a must-have for a fulfilling, resilient, and happy life. It keeps you young at heart, connected to others, and better equipped to handle the challenges of aging. So take a moment today to find something to laugh about. Reflect on the lighter side of life, and share that lightness with those around you. After all, life is too short to be taken too seriously. Embrace your sense of humor and you'll find that not only does it improve your life, but it also enriches the lives of everyone you meet. So, what will you choose to laugh about today? Lesson 7. Embrace minimalism for peace of mind. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by the clutter in your life? Not just the physical stuff piling up in your home, but also the mental baggage that comes with it? What if I told you that the secret to a more peaceful, fulfilling life could be found in owning less, not more? As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus wisely said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." Now we're diving deep into the concept of minimalism, an approach to life that can free you from the chaos of excess and help you find true peace of mind. Let's explore why embracing minimalism might just be one of the most liberating choices you can make, especially as you age. Embracing minimalism is about more than just clearing out your closet or tidying up your garage. It's a profound philosophy that can transform your entire approach to life. It's about letting go of the things that no longer serve you and making room for what truly matters. Have you ever taken a moment to look around and ask yourself, do I really need all of this? We often accumulate possessions without questioning their value, driven by a consumer culture that equates having more with being more. But what if the opposite were true? What if having less could actually give you more? More freedom, more time, more peace. The idea of minimalism is not new. It's been echoed throughout history, from the teachings of ancient Stoics to modern-day thought leaders. It encourages us to focus on what is essential and strip away the superfluous. As Marcus Aurelius put it, very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. To embrace minimalism, start by examining the things you own and asking yourself whether they add value to your life. Do they bring you joy, or are they simply taking up space and weighing you down? Many people find that decluttering their physical environment leads to a decluttering of the mind. Think about it. Every item in your home requires your attention, your care, your space. The more you have, the more you need to manage. By reducing your possessions to the essentials, you free up mental energy that can be better spent on things that truly matter, like building relationships, pursuing passions, or simply enjoying the moment. Ask yourself, is your life filled with meaningful experiences, or are you too busy maintaining and worrying about your possessions? Consider the story of Mark, a man in his early 60s who decided to downsize after his children moved out. At first, he was reluctant to part with the things he had accumulated over a lifetime: furniture, old clothes, countless knickknacks. But as he began to sort through his belongings, he realized that many of them were tied to a past that no longer served him. He decided to keep only those items that held deep personal meaning or served a functional purpose in his life. The rest he sold, donated, or discarded. The result? A smaller, simpler living space, but one filled with only the things that brought him joy and comfort. He found that with fewer distractions, he was able to focus more on his hobbies, spend time with friends and family, and feel a profound sense of peace and freedom. Mark's experience shows us that minimalism is not about deprivation. It's about creating space for what really matters. But minimalism extends beyond just our physical belongings. It also applies to how we spend our time and energy. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to become overwhelmed by endless commitments, notifications, and information overload. Are you constantly busy yet feel like you're not accomplishing anything meaningful? The Stoics believed in focusing on what is within our control and letting go of what is not. This principle can be applied to minimalism by carefully choosing where to direct our time and energy. Instead of filling your schedule with activities that drain you, consider what truly enriches your life. How much of your daily routine is filled with tasks that you feel obligated to do, rather than things that genuinely bring you satisfaction? By embracing minimalism, we can also learn to appreciate the value of solitude and quiet reflection. In a world that often equates busyness with productivity, taking time to slow down and simplify can be incredibly powerful. As Seneca said, It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. This is not about living in a barren home or withdrawing from society, but rather about cultivating an environment, both physical and mental, that supports peace and contentment. When was the last time you sat in a quiet room and simply enjoyed the stillness? Minimalism encourages us to seek these moments of tranquility, to value experiences over possessions, and to find richness in simplicity. Moreover, minimalism allows us to focus on personal growth and well-being. When we remove the excess, we make room for new opportunities, whether that means learning a new skill, deepening our relationships, or simply taking better care of our health. What are the things in your life that truly bring you happiness and fulfillment? Are they material possessions, or are they the experiences and connections you make? The more we accumulate, the more we risk becoming attached to our possessions and defining our worth by them. But by focusing on fewer, more meaningful pursuits, we can find a deeper sense of purpose and satisfaction. In modern life, embracing minimalism can also mean being mindful of the digital clutter we accumulate. Email, social media, and endless streams of information can clutter our minds just as much as physical items clutter our homes. Are you spending your time on activities that enhance your life, or are you lost in the noise of the digital world? By being intentional about what we consume and how we spend our time online, we can reclaim our attention and focus it on what truly matters. So, what lessons can we draw from the concept of minimalism? First, it reminds us that true wealth is not measured by what we own, but by the freedom and peace of mind we cultivate. Second, it encourages us to prioritize experiences and relationships over possessions. Third, it teaches us to be intentional with our time, focusing on what brings genuine joy and meaning. And finally, it offers a path to a simpler, more contented life, free from the burdens of excess. By embracing minimalism, you create space for what truly matters and allow yourself the freedom to live more fully and authentically. Embracing minimalism is about making conscious choices. It's about deciding what's truly important and letting go of the rest. As you reflect on your own life, ask yourself, what can I let go of that no longer serves me? How can I simplify my environment and my schedule to make more room for the things that truly matter? By answering these questions, you take the first steps towards a life that is not only less cluttered but also richer in purpose and joy. So, what will you choose to let go of today to create more space for what truly matters? Lesson 8. Cultivate adaptability and flexibility. In life, one of the most valuable skills you can develop, especially as you age, is the ability to be adaptable and flexible. Think about it. How many times have you faced a situation that didn't go as planned? Life is full of surprises, some pleasant, others challenging. But it's not the events themselves that define us. It's how we respond to them. This is where adaptability comes in, the ability to adjust your thoughts and actions to new situations. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus famously said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This mindset is about more than just accepting change. It's about embracing it and seeing every twist and turn as an opportunity to learn and grow. So why is cultivating adaptability and flexibility so crucial, particularly as we get older? Let's explore this together and find out how this approach can help you navigate life's uncertainties with confidence and grace. First, let's consider the nature of change. Change is inevitable. From the moment we are born, we are in a constant state of flux, growing, learning, and evolving. But as we age, there's a tendency to resist change, to hold on to the familiar because it feels safe. However, this resistance can become a barrier to growth and happiness. Think about a time when you resisted change, maybe clinging to an old habit or routine that no longer served you. How did that make you feel? Perhaps it created frustration or a sense of being stuck. On the other hand, when you allow yourself to be open to new experiences, you likely feel a sense of freedom and growth. Adaptability means being open to life's changes, whether it's a shift in your career, a change in your family dynamics, or the natural aging process itself. It's about realizing that while you may not have control over external events, you always have control over how you respond. Consider the story of John, a man in his late 60s who had worked in the same industry for over 40 years. When his company downsized, John found himself unexpectedly retired. At first, he struggled with the abrupt change, feeling a deep sense of loss and a fear of the unknown. But rather than letting these feelings paralyze him, John chose to see this as an opportunity. He took a deep breath, reassessed his skills, and realized he had a passion for teaching. John began volunteering at a local community center, sharing his industry knowledge with younger generations. Eventually, he was invited to teach part-time at a local college. What could have been a moment of defeat turned into a new chapter of growth and fulfillment because John was willing to adapt and embrace the change. His story is a powerful reminder that flexibility in the face of change opens the door to new possibilities and opportunities that we might never have considered otherwise. But why is adaptability so important, especially as we age? It's because life doesn't get any simpler. Health challenges might arise, relationships might change, and the world around us continues to evolve at a rapid pace. Those who cultivate adaptability are better equipped to handle these changes with grace. They're not thrown off course by the unexpected. Instead, they adjust their sails and keep moving forward. So, ask yourself, how do you typically react when things don't go as planned? Do you find yourself resisting, clinging to the way things were? Or are you able to pivot and find a new path forward? Developing a mindset of adaptability means seeing every challenge as a chance to grow, to learn something new about yourself, and to expand your capabilities. In modern life, adaptability also means staying curious and being willing to learn. With technology changing at lightning speed and social norms evolving, those who remain flexible are the ones who continue to thrive. Take, for example, the rise of digital communication. Many older adults initially found this shift daunting, preferring face-to-face interactions over video calls or emails. Yet, those who embraced these new tools found that they could stay connected with loved ones across the globe, learn new skills online, and even start new hobbies that they hadn't considered before. Embracing adaptability in this context means being open to learning and not letting fear or discomfort hold you back. How comfortable are you with stepping out of your comfort zone? Could adopting a more flexible mindset help you engage more fully with the world around you? Furthermore, cultivating flexibility doesn't mean being passive or bending to every whim. It means being resilient and strong in your core values while being open to different ways of achieving your goals. It's about being anchored yet flexible, like a tree that bends with the wind but remains rooted in the ground. This combination of strength and flexibility is what allows us to adapt without losing our sense of self. As Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This Stoic wisdom reminds us that obstacles are not roadblocks, but rather stepping stones. By approaching life with this mindset, we can turn challenges into opportunities for growth and transformation. So, how can you begin to cultivate adaptability and flexibility in your own life? Start by embracing change rather than fearing it. When faced with a new situation, take a moment to breathe and assess. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I grow from this experience? Rather than focusing on what you might lose, think about what you could gain. Practice being open to new experiences, even those that might initially feel uncomfortable or unfamiliar. And remember, it's okay to feel uncertain. It's a natural part of the process. But by pushing through that uncertainty, you'll often find a new path or a new way of thinking that you hadn't considered before. Cultivating adaptability and flexibility is not just a nice-to-have skill. It's a necessity for a fulfilling and resilient life. It allows us to navigate the inevitable changes and challenges of life with grace, confidence, and a sense of purpose. It keeps us engaged, helps us stay connected to others, and ensures that we remain open to the many possibilities that life has to offer. So, the next time you find yourself facing a change or a challenge, remember that you have a choice: to resist and remain stagnant, or to embrace and grow. Ask yourself, what could I learn from this? How could this experience make me stronger or more resilient? By cultivating adaptability and flexibility, you are not just preparing for the future, you are actively shaping it, ensuring that you continue to grow, evolve, and thrive at every stage of life. So, what will you choose to embrace today? If you've made it this far, you're on the path to wisdom and growth. Drop a comment saying, "I choose to thrive," to show you're ready to embrace these Stoic principles for a better, more fulfilling life. Stay tuned. There's much more to discover ahead. Lesson 9. Foster deep, meaningful conversations. When was the last time you had a truly meaningful conversation? One that left you feeling understood, valued, and connected on a deeper level? In our fast-paced, digitally driven world, genuine, heartfelt conversations seem to be a rare commodity. But fostering deep, meaningful conversations is more than just a skill. It's an essential part of living a fulfilling life, especially as we age. It's about creating spaces where we can share our thoughts, fears, dreams, and experiences without judgment, where we can truly connect with others and ourselves. Remember the words of the Stoic philosopher Seneca, "One of the most beautiful qualities of true friendship is to understand and to be understood." In this lesson, we'll explore why fostering these kinds of conversations is so crucial and how it can help you lead a more connected, enriched life. Let's start by understanding why meaningful conversations are so important. At its core, a deep conversation allows us to feel seen and heard, to connect with another person on a level that goes beyond the superficial. It's not just about exchanging words, it's about exchanging feelings, ideas, and perspectives. Think about the last time you engaged in a conversation that truly moved you. Maybe it was with a close friend, a family member, or even a stranger. What made it memorable? Was it the openness with which you both shared? Was it the comfort of knowing you could speak freely without fear of judgment? Or perhaps it was the insight you gained from hearing another person's story. Such conversations help us grow, learn, and feel more connected to the human experience. They remind us that we are not alone in our struggles, our fears, or our dreams. In modern life, however, these opportunities for deep connection can feel scarce. We are often so busy with our daily routines, responsibilities, and the never-ending barrage of digital distractions that we don't take the time to truly connect with those around us. How many times have you found yourself nodding along in a conversation, not really listening, but just waiting for your turn to speak? Or maybe you felt the frustration of trying to share something meaningful, only to be met with a distracted, half-hearted response. The Stoics believed in the importance of presence, being fully engaged in the moment. Epictetus advised, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." This wisdom encourages us to listen more than we talk, to seek understanding rather than just being understood. Now, consider how fostering deeper conversations can enhance your life, especially as you age. As we get older, our social circles may shrink, and the opportunities for casual, everyday interactions may decrease. But this doesn't mean our capacity for connection should diminish. On the contrary, it becomes even more important to cultivate relationships that are built on trust, understanding, and meaningful dialogue. Deep conversations can be incredibly fulfilling, providing a sense of purpose and connection that is vital to our mental and emotional well-being. They allow us to reflect on our lives, share our wisdom, and learn from the experiences of others. Think of them as a form of intellectual and emotional nourishment that keeps our minds sharp and our spirits lifted. Consider the story of Martha, a retired teacher who found herself feeling increasingly isolated after moving to a new city. Rather than letting loneliness take over, Martha decided to join a local book club, not just to read, but to engage in deep, thought-provoking discussions about life, literature, and the human condition. What she found was a community of people eager to share their perspectives, to listen, and to grow together. Through these conversations, Martha built lasting friendships, rediscovered her love of learning, and felt a renewed sense of purpose. Her story is a testament to the power of deep, meaningful conversations in bringing us closer to others and enriching our own lives. It shows that it's never too late to foster new connections and that meaningful dialogue can be a bridge to deeper, more fulfilling relationships. But how do we cultivate these kinds of conversations in our own lives? It starts with being present and showing a genuine interest in others. Instead of asking the usual, "How are you?" try asking questions that invite more thoughtful responses like, "What's something that's been on your mind lately?" Or, "What's a recent experience that changed the way you think about something?" These questions open the door to deeper discussion and show that you value the other person's thoughts and feelings. It's also about being a good listener, truly listening to understand, not just to reply. This means giving your full attention, maintaining eye contact, and being patient, allowing the other person to express themselves fully. How often do you listen with the intent to understand, rather than just waiting for your turn to speak? Another key to fostering meaningful conversations is vulnerability. Being willing to share your own experiences, fears, and dreams invites others to do the same. It's about creating a safe space where people feel comfortable opening up, knowing they won't be judged or dismissed. Vulnerability fosters trust, and trust is the foundation of any meaningful connection. Are you open to sharing your true self with others, or do you tend to keep your guard up, fearing judgment or rejection? Remember, meaningful conversations are a two-way street. They require both parties to be open and willing to engage honestly and deeply. In today's digital age, we must also consider how technology impacts our ability to engage in meaningful conversations. While social media and texting provide convenience, they often lack the depth and nuance of face-to-face or even voice-to-voice interactions. Have you ever misinterpreted a text message or felt that an online conversation left you feeling more disconnected than connected? It's important to balance our digital interactions with real, meaningful conversations, where we can see facial expressions, hear tone, and feel the energy of the person we're communicating with. In-person or voice conversations provide a richness that digital communication often lacks, allowing for deeper understanding and empathy. So, what can you do to foster more meaningful conversations in your life? Start by being intentional about your interactions. Make time for conversations that go beyond the surface and seek out opportunities to connect on a deeper level. Whether it's scheduling a regular coffee date with a friend, joining a group or club that encourages discussion, or simply being more mindful in your everyday interactions, the key is to be proactive and open. Reflect on the conversations you've had recently. Were they meaningful, or were they just exchanges of information? How can you create more space for deeper dialogue? Remember, fostering meaningful conversations is not just about talking. It's about listening, understanding, and connecting. Fostering deep, meaningful conversations is essential for a fulfilling life, particularly as we age. These conversations nourish our minds and souls, keep us connected to others, and provide a sense of purpose and belonging. They help us understand ourselves and the world around us more deeply, offering new perspectives and insights that can enrich our lives in countless ways. So, take the time today to engage in a meaningful conversation. Ask thoughtful questions, listen with empathy, and be willing to share your own stories and experiences. By doing so, you'll not only deepen your connections with others but also find greater fulfillment and joy in your own life. So what meaningful conversation will you start today? Lesson 10. Practice emotional resilience. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to remain calm and composed, even in the face of adversity, while others crumble under pressure? What is it that allows these individuals to bounce back from setbacks, to keep moving forward with strength and purpose? The answer lies in emotional resilience, the ability to adapt to stress, challenges, and change with a clear and steady mind. As the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Зрение мы исследуем, почему тренировка эмоциональной выносливости не только выживание, но и ключ к процветанию в жизни, особенно с возрастом. Let's uncover the ways you can cultivate this inner strength and face life's challenges with unwavering confidence. Practicing emotional resilience means building the inner strength to weather life's storms without being overwhelmed by them. It's not about avoiding challenges or pretending they don't affect you, but rather about learning how to navigate them with a calm, balanced mind. Imagine you're on a ship in the middle of the ocean. The waters are rough, the winds are howling, and the storm seems never-ending. Emotional resilience is the anchor that keeps you steady, preventing you from being tossed about by the waves. But how do we cultivate this resilience, especially as we get older and face new, sometimes daunting challenges? It's about training your mind to remain focused and composed, even when life throws unexpected curveballs your way. Ask yourself, how do you usually react when things don't go your way? Do you get frustrated and overwhelmed, or are you able to take a step back, assess the situation, and find a way to move forward? Developing emotional resilience is like building a muscle. It requires practice, patience, and a willingness to confront uncomfortable emotions. One of the first steps to building emotional resilience is to recognize that our emotions, while powerful, do not have to control us. The Stoics believed that we are not disturbed by things themselves, but by the views we take of them. Seneca, another Stoic philosopher, famously said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." This means that our perception of a situation often determines our emotional response to it, more than the situation itself. Think about a time when you anticipated something terrible happening, only to find out it wasn't nearly as bad as you imagined. How much stress and anxiety did you put yourself through only to realize it was unnecessary? By learning to manage our perceptions and reactions, we can begin to take control of our emotional responses and build resilience. Consider the story of Daniel, a man in his early 50s who experienced a series of setbacks. He lost his job, went through a painful divorce, and faced a health scare all within a few years. At first, these events seemed insurmountable, like a never-ending wave of challenges crashing over him. But instead of letting these setbacks define him, Daniel chose to see them as opportunities for growth. He started practicing mindfulness, learned to meditate, and began journaling his thoughts and feelings. Through these practices, he learned to observe his emotions without being swept away by them, to reflect on his experiences, and to find meaning in his struggles. Over time, Daniel developed a stronger, more resilient mindset. He found a new job, rekindled relationships with old friends, and even took up a new hobby that brought him joy. Daniel's journey illustrates that emotional resilience is not about being unaffected by life's challenges, but about learning to face them with courage and composure. In today's fast-paced, ever-changing world, emotional resilience is more important than ever. We are constantly bombarded with news, social media, and the pressures of daily life, which can often leave us feeling overwhelmed and stressed. How do you manage this stress? Do you find yourself reacting impulsively, or do you have strategies in place to help you stay calm and focused? Developing emotional resilience means equipping yourself with tools to handle stress more effectively. It could be through mindfulness practices, like meditation or deep breathing, which help center your mind and bring you back to the present moment. It could be through physical exercise, which has been proven to reduce stress and improve mood. Or it could be through seeking support from friends, family, or a professional who can offer guidance and perspective. Whatever the method, the key is to find what works for you and make it a regular part of your routine. Another essential aspect of emotional resilience is understanding the importance of self-compassion. We are often our harshest critics, quick to judge ourselves for mistakes or perceived failures. But building resilience involves treating ourselves with the same kindness and understanding that we would offer a good friend. Remember the words of Epictetus. First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. This means being honest with ourselves about where we are, but also gentle, recognizing that everyone makes mistakes and that setbacks are a natural part of life. How often do you criticize yourself for things beyond your control, rather than accepting them as part of your journey? By practicing self-compassion, we create a more supportive inner environment, one that fosters growth and resilience, rather than self-doubt and fear. Resilience also comes from a sense of purpose. When you have a clear sense of what matters most to you, your values, goals, and priorities, you are better equipped to handle challenges because you have a guiding compass. Reflect on your life for a moment. What are the things that truly matter to you? Are you living in alignment with these values, or are you allowing external circumstances to dictate your direction? The Stoics believed in focusing on what we can control and letting go of what we cannot. This principle is key to building emotional resilience because it helps us stay grounded and focused on what is within our power, rather than getting caught up in things we cannot change. So, how can you begin to practice emotional resilience in your daily life? Start by becoming more aware of your thoughts and feelings, especially in moments of stress or adversity. Instead of reacting immediately, take a moment to pause and reflect. Ask yourself, what is within my control in this situation? And how can I respond in a way that aligns with my values? This shift in perspective can help you approach challenges more calmly and thoughtfully. Next, cultivate habits that strengthen your resilience, such as mindfulness, physical exercise, and self-reflection. These practices will not only help you manage stress more effectively, but also build a more resilient mindset over time. Finally, surround yourself with people who support and uplift you. Emotional resilience is not built in isolation. It thrives in a community of understanding and encouragement. Practicing emotional resilience is about more than just bouncing back from setbacks. It's about building a mindset that allows you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace, strength, and a sense of purpose. It's about learning to control your reactions, fostering self-compassion, and maintaining a clear sense of direction, even when the road gets tough. As you reflect on this lesson, consider how you can begin to cultivate resilience in your own life. What practices can you adopt to help you stay grounded and composed in the face of adversity? And how can you support others in building their resilience, creating a community of strength and support? Remember, emotional resilience is not a trait you're born with. It's a skill you develop over time. And by practicing it daily, you can create a life that is not only more resilient, but also more fulfilling and meaningful. So, what steps will you take today to build your emotional resilience and face life's challenges with confidence? Lesson 11. Maintain financial literacy and awareness. Have you ever thought about the real key to financial security, especially as you get older? It's not just about how much money you have in the bank or the value of your investments. It's about something much deeper and more crucial: financial literacy and awareness. As Benjamin Franklin wisely said, an investment in knowledge pays the best interest. Now we'll talk about why maintaining financial literacy and awareness is vital, particularly as you age, and how it can empower you to make smart decisions, protect your assets, and live your later years with confidence and peace of mind. Maintaining financial literacy and awareness is not just a luxury, it's a necessity, particularly as you age and prepare for a future where financial stability becomes increasingly important. It's easy to think that if you've worked hard, saved a bit, and perhaps invested wisely, you're set for life. But the reality is that without a clear understanding of your finances, how they work, how they're managed, and how external factors like market changes and inflation can affect them, you could find yourself facing unexpected financial challenges. Think of financial literacy as a form of self-defense. It's about protecting yourself from the risks and uncertainties that come with economic changes, unexpected expenses, and even scams that often target older adults. The more you know, the better you can protect yourself and make informed decisions. How well do you really understand your financial situation? Are you aware of the nuances of your investments, your savings, and your spending habits? Or are you operating on autopilot, hoping for the best? Let's delve deeper into what financial literacy means. It's not just about knowing how to balance a checkbook or understand a bank statement, although those are important. Financial literacy encompasses understanding the broader financial landscape. how different types of investments work, what kinds of insurance are necessary, how taxes impact your income and savings, and how to plan for long-term needs such as healthcare and retirement. Are you familiar with the terms of your mortgage, the interest rates on your credit cards, or the fees associated with your retirement accounts? Many people aren't, and this lack of knowledge can lead to costly mistakes. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control. When it comes to finances, knowledge is power. It gives you control over your financial destiny rather than leaving it to chance. Consider the story of Jane, a woman in her late 50s who had always believed she was on solid financial ground. She had a steady job, a 401k, and some savings in the bank. But when her company downsized and she was forced into early retirement, Jane realized she had no real understanding of her financial situation. She didn't know how much she had saved, what her retirement account was worth, or how to manage her finances without a regular paycheck. She found herself scrambling to make sense of her options, feeling overwhelmed and unprepared. Jane decided to take charge of her situation. She started taking financial literacy courses, met with a financial advisor, and began learning about different investment strategies. Over time, she gained a clear understanding of her finances, adjusted her spending, and made informed decisions that allowed her to retire comfortably. Jane's experience shows us that it's never too late to learn, but it's always better to start early. Are you prepared for life's financial surprises, or are you simply hoping for the best? In today's world, maintaining financial awareness is more important than ever. With the rapid changes in technology, the stock market's volatility, and the complexity of financial products, it's easy to feel lost or confused. How often do you check your financial statements? Do you understand the impact of economic changes on your savings or investments? Financial literacy isn't about becoming an expert. It's about understanding enough to ask the right questions, recognize potential red flags, and seek help when needed. By staying informed, you can avoid common pitfalls like high fees, bad investment advice, or falling victim to fraud, which is a growing concern for older adults. Financial scams are becoming increasingly sophisticated, and without proper knowledge and vigilance, it's easy to be deceived. Are you confident that you could spot a financial scam or recognize when an investment opportunity is too good to be true? Furthermore, maintaining financial awareness means being proactive rather than reactive. It's about regularly reviewing your financial situation, understanding your cash flow, and knowing how your money is being spent and invested. It's also about planning for the future, setting realistic goals for retirement, healthcare, and any other significant expenses you might face. Do you have a plan in place for how you'll handle a financial emergency or a major life change? Do you know how long your savings will last if your income stops? By being proactive and staying on top of your finances, you're not just preparing for the worst. You're positioning yourself to take advantage of opportunities when they arise, whether that's a new investment, a chance to travel, or the freedom to help a loved one in need. Financial literacy also includes understanding your rights as a consumer. Do you know what protections are available to you under the law? Are you aware of your rights when dealing with banks, creditors, and insurance companies? The more you know, the better you can advocate for yourself and ensure you're treated fairly. For instance, understanding the terms of a loan or the fine print in an insurance policy can prevent misunderstandings and ensure you're not caught off guard by hidden fees or unfair practices. Have you reviewed your financial agreements recently, or do you trust that everything is in order? Another critical aspect of financial literacy is estate planning, preparing for what happens to your assets after you're gone. It might not be a pleasant topic, but it's an important one. Do you have a will or a living trust? Have you designated beneficiaries for your accounts? These steps can ensure that your wishes are followed and your loved ones are cared for, avoiding potential legal battles and unnecessary stress. Remember, planning for the future isn't just about your peace of mind. It's about leaving a legacy of clarity and care for those who come after you. Are you prepared, or are you leaving things to chance? So how can you improve your financial literacy and awareness? Start by taking small, manageable steps. Educate yourself about your finances. Take a course, read books, or attend workshops on financial planning. Speak with a financial advisor who can help you understand your current situation and guide you toward your goals. Regularly review your financial statements, understand your spending habits, and adjust your budget as needed. And don't be afraid to ask questions. There's no shame in seeking help or admitting that you don't know everything. Remember, financial literacy is a journey, not a destination. And the more you learn, the more confident and empowered you will feel. Maintaining financial literacy and awareness is about more than just understanding numbers. It's about taking control of your financial future and making informed decisions that align with your values and goals. It's about protecting yourself from potential risks, being prepared for life's uncertainties, and ensuring that you can enjoy a secure and fulfilling life, even in your later years. As you reflect on this lesson, consider how you can improve your financial knowledge and awareness. What steps can you take today to ensure you're on the right path to financial stability and peace of mind? Remember, financial literacy is not just for the wealthy or the young. It's for everyone, and it's never too late to start learning. So what will you do today to become more financially literate and aware? As we've explored in this video, embracing principles like maintaining financial literacy, nurturing meaningful conversations, cultivating emotional resilience, and practicing adaptability can profoundly impact your life, especially as you age. These habits are not just about surviving the later years, but about thriving, living with purpose, joy, and peace of mind. At Stoic in Your Life, we believe that applying these timeless Stoic teachings can help you navigate the complexities of life with greater wisdom and serenity. So, which of these principles resonates most with you? How will you start incorporating them into your daily routine? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to stay updated on more ways to live a fulfilling life through Stoicism. Let's build a community of growth and wisdom together. 12 obvious signs. There's an evil person next to you. Wisdom for living. Stoicism. Beware the person who masks their evil under a cloak of virtue. Epictetus. Have you ever sensed a darkness in someone close to you? Something unsettling that you just can't put your finger on? In today's special video on Stoic in Your Life, we're diving deep into a crucial topic. 12 obvious signs. There's an evil person next to you. Evil isn't always as obvious as we think. As Epictetus warned, beware the person who masks their evil under a cloak of virtue. And this couldn't be more relevant today. But here's the good news. By the end of this video, you'll be equipped to spot these hidden traits and protect yourself from those who don't have your best interests at heart. Not only will we uncover these signs, but I'll also share practical Stoic wisdom on how to handle each of these types effectively. And make sure you stick around until the end, because I'll reveal the most surprising and often overlooked sign of all, one that could change how you see the people around you forever. Before we dive in, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and ring the bell to stay updated with our latest content. Now, let's get into it. Number 1. Pleasure in others' pain. The ancient Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius once said, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." Yet in a world filled with diverse personalities, how do we identify those who secretly derive pleasure from our pain? In today's discussion, we're diving deep into the subtle yet powerful signs that someone might not have your best interests at heart. Whether it's a colleague, friend, or even a family member, recognizing these traits early can protect you from their toxic influence. The first sign we need to be vigilant about is a disturbing one: taking pleasure in others' pain. This trait is more common than we might want to believe. A person who finds joy in another's suffering often disguises this dark delight under a veil of humor or so-called harmless fun. They may laugh at others' misfortunes or make cruel jokes, deriving a twisted satisfaction from seeing others struggle. This behavior is a red flag that you should never ignore. The Stoic philosopher Seneca once observed, "He who does not prevent a crime when he can, encourages it." This wisdom is crucial when dealing with those who find pleasure in the pain of others. If you notice someone frequently reveling in the miseries of others, it may be time to reevaluate their role in your life. Remember, those who genuinely care about you will feel your pain, not relish in it. Now let's move to the second sign, a lack of empathy. Empathy is the cornerstone of human connection, a trait that allows us to understand and share the feelings of others. But an evil person lacks this essential human quality. They are often indifferent to others' suffering and fail to respond appropriately to emotional situations. Instead of offering comfort, they might respond with coldness or even dismiss your feelings altogether. This lack of empathy is a significant indicator of a malevolent nature. As Aristotle famously noted, to perceive is to suffer. If someone close to you shows an inability to suffer alongside you, to truly understand your emotions, they may be more harmful than helpful in your journey through life. The third sign that you might be dealing with an evil person is manipulation. Manipulators are masterful at using others to achieve their own ends. They twist words, exploit emotions, and create confusion to gain control. They often play the victim or hero to draw sympathy or admiration, subtly steering you toward actions that benefit them at your expense. A Stoic perspective teaches us to see things as they are, not as they appear to be. Marcus Aurelius reminded us, "Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth." To safeguard yourself against manipulation, always question the motives behind others' actions and words. Are they seeking a genuine connection, or are they merely pulling strings to serve their own agenda? Another key indicator of a malevolent character is a constant need for control. Such individuals thrive on having power over others, often dictating how things should be done, or imposing their will upon others without regard for their feelings or autonomy. Control is their way of feeling secure, but it comes at the cost of others' freedom. This behavior is the opposite of what Stoicism teaches. The Stoic belief in self-control and inner strength stands in stark contrast to those who exert power over others. As Epictetus wisely stated, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Recognize when someone's need to control is eroding your own sense of freedom and well-being, and take steps to distance yourself. Let's also discuss the tendency to lie or deceive. Deception is a tool that evil people use to keep others in the dark about their true intentions. They may lie about small things or twist the truth to create a narrative that suits them. The more they lie, the more they create a web of deceit that traps those around them. In contrast, Stoicism teaches us to value honesty and integrity above all else. Lying is not only saying what isn't true, noted the philosopher Lucius Annaeus Seneca. It is also, in effect, saying more than is true, and in the case of the emotions, feeling more than one feels. When you find yourself entangled in someone else's lies, it's time to step back and reevaluate the relationship. A related sign is a lack of remorse or guilt. An evil person doesn't feel bad about their harmful actions or the pain they cause. They rarely, if ever, apologize, and when they do, it's often insincere or self-serving. This absence of remorse is a significant sign that you're dealing with someone with a toxic mindset. Remember, genuine remorse comes from understanding the impact of one's actions and having a desire to make amends. A Stoic approach encourages us to seek out those who exhibit this understanding and to guard ourselves against those who do not. Another sign is hypocrisy. When someone consistently fails to practice what they preach, they might demand honesty but lie themselves or expect generosity while being selfish. Such double standards can leave you feeling confused and disoriented. As a defense mechanism, they deflect their flaws onto others to mask their inadequacies. Remember the words of Zeno, the founder of Stoicism. "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we should listen more than we say." Observing someone's actions rather than just listening to their words can reveal their true nature. Another red flag is relentless criticism or belittling. An evil person often undermines others to feel superior. Their criticism is rarely constructive. Instead, it is intended to hurt, control, or diminish the self-worth of those around them. This is another tactic to establish dominance and manipulate their target. The Stoic way encourages us to maintain our composure and not be swayed by harmful words. If you are pained by external things, it is not they that disturb you, writes Marcus Aurelius, but your own judgment of them, and it is in your power to wipe out that judgment now. The final sign we will cover today is a pattern of being two-faced. An evil person might appear friendly and charming in one setting while showing a different, more sinister side when they think no one is watching. This behavior stems from an inconsistency in character and a lack of true moral grounding. As Seneca warned, a man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is. This dual nature can make it difficult to know who you are truly dealing with, so always be cautious with those who show different faces in different situations. Recognizing these signs early can save you a lot of pain and trouble. The wisdom of Stoicism provides us with a clear lens to view the world and the people around us, helping us discern those who do not align with our values. As you navigate your life, keep the teachings of Stoic philosophers close to your heart. They serve as a guide to lead a life of virtue and protect yourself from those who seek to harm you. Stay mindful, stay vigilant, and remember, the best way to deal with evil is to stay good yourself. Number 2. The need to control your life. When it comes to identifying a potentially harmful person in your life, one of the most telling signs is their relentless need to control you. This isn't just about making suggestions or offering advice. It's a deeper, more insidious drive to dominate every aspect of your existence, from your choices to your emotions and even your perceptions. This desire to control can manifest in countless ways. Perhaps they always insist on choosing where you go for lunch, or they constantly criticize your decisions, suggesting that they know what's best for you more than you do. It might even be subtle, wrapped in a guise of concern or love, but underneath lies a desire to bend your will to theirs. You might find yourself always second-guessing your decisions, wondering if they align with this person's expectations. This behavior stems from their insecurity and fear, not strength, as they often claim. A person who needs to control others is often afraid of losing control themselves, of being vulnerable or exposed, so they exert their dominance over others as a way to feel secure. This leads us to a powerful reflection. Are you living your own life, or are you living under the shadow of someone else's expectations? It's a question that every person should ask themselves, especially when they feel their autonomy slipping away. Think about a time in your own life when someone seemed overly interested in every detail of your decisions. How did that make you feel? Did it inspire confidence, or did it make you feel trapped, as if your freedom was slowly being stripped away? In today's world, many people face this challenge in their professional lives. Consider the story of John, a mid-level manager in a bustling corporate office. John had always been competent and confident in his role, but his new boss, Carol, seemed to take an unusual interest in every decision he made. At first, he thought she was just being thorough, but soon it became clear she wasn't interested in collaboration. She wanted control. Every meeting felt like an interrogation. Every report had to be approved multiple times, and every suggestion was dismissed unless it was Carol's idea. John felt his creativity stifled, his autonomy diminished. He began to dread going to work, not because of the job itself, but because of the oppressive atmosphere Carol created. Does this sound familiar? Have you ever found yourself in a similar situation, feeling like you're walking on eggshells around someone who seems to thrive on having the final say? This type of behavior is toxic and can slowly erode your self-esteem and autonomy. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus wisely advised, "It is not events that disturb people, it is their judgments concerning them." This quote is a powerful reminder that while we cannot always control the actions of others, we can control how we respond to them. If you find yourself constantly accommodating someone else's need to control, it may be time to reassess that relationship. It's crucial to recognize the difference between healthy guidance and destructive control. A true friend, partner, or colleague will want to see you flourish and will respect your independence rather than constantly trying to shape you into what they want you to be. Now you might ask, how do I handle someone who wants to control my life? The first step is awareness. Be aware of the signs, how they react when you make decisions independently, how they respond when you assert your own opinions, and whether they respect your boundaries. You don't have to confront them aggressively, but it's important to stand your ground. Set clear boundaries and communicate them calmly yet firmly. Remember the story of John? He realized that to reclaim his peace of mind and job satisfaction, he needed to set boundaries with Carol. He started by expressing his desire for more autonomy in his role, and made it clear that while he valued her input, he also needed the space to execute his responsibilities without constant oversight. This approach didn't change Carol overnight, but it did help John regain a sense of control over his work life. It's also vital to seek support. Talk to others you trust about your concerns. Often, these controlling individuals prey on isolation, making you feel like you have nowhere else to turn. But what if you can't avoid them entirely? Sometimes you can't simply walk away from a job or a relationship. In these cases, it's about managing your response. Stoicism teaches us to maintain our internal freedom, even in the face of external constraints. Marcus Aurelius, the great Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This means learning to detach emotionally from their need to control, understanding that their behavior says more about them than it does about you. By maintaining your inner peace and composure, you refuse to give them the power they crave. Instead, you keep that power firmly within yourself. So, what lessons can we draw from this discussion? First, recognize the signs of a controlling person and understand that their need to control is a reflection of their insecurities, not your inadequacies. Second, set clear boundaries and communicate them firmly. This is an essential step in protecting your autonomy. Third, cultivate your internal strength and practice emotional detachment, focusing on maintaining your inner peace regardless of the external pressures you face. Finally, remember that you are the master of your own life. No one should have the power to dictate how you live, what you think, or who you become. Reflect on these lessons and consider, are there areas in your life where you need to reclaim control? Are there relationships that require a recalibration of power dynamics? Keep these questions in mind as you navigate your path, and let the wisdom of Stoicism guide you in preserving your freedom and autonomy. Number 3. Strange feeling when you're around them. Have you ever been around someone who, for no clear reason, makes you feel uneasy or uncomfortable? It's a strange sensation, almost like your intuition is trying to tell you something that your conscious mind hasn't yet recognized. This brings us to the third sign that there might be an evil person nearby, that inexplicable feeling of discomfort or tension when you're in their presence. It's as if your body senses a threat before your mind does. You might feel anxious, restless, or even physically tense when they're around. This isn't just paranoia or imagination at work. It could be your instincts picking up on subtle cues that something about this person isn't right. Sometimes we dismiss these feelings, brushing them off as irrational or unfounded. But here's a thought. What if your gut is actually more perceptive than you think? After all, our instincts have evolved over thousands of years to protect us from harm. So why do we often ignore them when it comes to people? Think about it. Has there ever been someone in your life who made you feel this way? Maybe it was a coworker who always seemed just a little too interested in your failures, or a friend who offered support that felt more like surveillance. When you're around this person, you can't quite put your finger on it, but something feels off. It's not that they've done anything obviously wrong. In fact, they might be outwardly kind or friendly, but underneath, there's a layer of unease, a sense that things are not as they seem. This is your subconscious mind at work, analyzing countless tiny signals. A slight change in tone, a fleeting expression of disdain, or the way their eyes don't quite match their smile. It's important to pay attention to these feelings because they are often your first line of defense against someone with harmful intentions. As the philosopher Seneca wisely noted, the mind that is anxious about future events is miserable. But perhaps your mind is not anxious about the future. It's anxious about the present reality of a person who does not mean well. Now you might wonder, what should you do when you experience this strange feeling around someone? First, take a step back and consider why you might be feeling this way. Is it something they've said or done? Or is it just their general presence that puts you on edge? Reflect on your interactions with them. Have they been overly critical, dismissive, or manipulative in subtle ways? Maybe they've been excessively charming, which might seem positive at first, but could be a tactic to lower your defenses. Sometimes people who mean us harm can be the most charming, as they use their charisma to disarm and manipulate. Think about the famous quote by Maya Angelou: "When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time." Often, we ignore red flags because we want to believe in the goodness of others. But ignoring these signs can lead us down a path of hurt and regret. Consider a story from a modern workplace setting. Imagine Jane, a seasoned professional who always trusted her instincts. One day, her company hired a new team member, Tom, who seemed perfectly pleasant. He smiled a lot, was polite, and always knew the right thing to say. But something about him didn't sit right with Jane. She couldn't explain it, but every time Tom was around, she felt a tightness in her chest, a subtle but persistent sense of dread. At first, she dismissed it as just being wary of new people. However, over time, she noticed that Tom would often ask prying questions about her personal life under the guise of friendly conversation. He seemed to relish in hearing about her struggles more than her successes. Jane couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hidden agenda behind his kindness. Trusting her gut, she decided to maintain a professional distance from Tom, only to later find out that he had been subtly undermining her work to get ahead. Jane's initial feeling of unease was her intuition alerting her to a threat before she could consciously recognize it. How often have you ignored such feelings only to regret it later? It's also essential to consider why someone might provoke such a response. Are they perhaps projecting negative energy or harboring ill intentions that your subconscious is picking up on? Or do they remind you of someone from your past who caused you harm, and you're subconsciously associating those traits with this person? Whatever the reason, it's crucial to trust your feelings. As Carl Jung, the famous psychiatrist, once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." This means that our reactions to people often reveal more about us than we realize. Your discomfort could be an opportunity to learn more about yourself and the boundaries you need to set to protect your peace of mind. So, what practical steps can you take when you feel this way around someone? First, practice mindfulness. Pay attention to your body's reactions. Are you tensing up, clenching your jaw, or feeling your heart rate increase? These are all signs that your body is in a defensive mode, sensing a threat. Next, consider limiting your exposure to this person, especially if your feelings of unease are consistent and unexplainable. It's okay to distance yourself from those who make you feel uncomfortable. You owe it to yourself to protect your mental and emotional well-being. Finally, seek counsel from trusted friends or mentors. Sometimes, discussing your feelings with others can provide clarity and confirm your instincts. Ask yourself, do you often find yourself drained or emotionally exhausted after interacting with this person? This could be another sign that your intuition is trying to tell you something important. It's worth remembering that not everyone who makes us feel uneasy is necessarily evil. Sometimes, it's just a matter of conflicting personalities or miscommunication. But when the feeling persists and is accompanied by other red flags, it's worth taking seriously. In the words of Marcus Aurelius, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. If you allow someone with negative energy to remain close, you risk their darkness affecting your own light. Protect your spirit by being discerning about who you allow into your inner circle. You have the power to choose the kind of energy and people you surround yourself with. So, what's the lesson here? Trust your instincts, protect your space, and remember that your well-being is more important than pleasing others. The strange feeling you get when you're around certain people is often a warning sign. Don't ignore it. Your peace of mind is invaluable, and it's worth safeguarding against any threat, no matter how subtle it may seem. So, ask yourself today, who in your life makes you feel at ease, and who leaves you feeling drained or uneasy? The answers might just guide you to a more peaceful, fulfilling life. Number 4, lack of responsibility. Have you ever encountered someone who never seems to take the blame no matter the situation? They have an uncanny ability to deflect, to point fingers, and to dodge accountability like it's a reflex. Now, we're diving deep into one of the clearest signs that there's an evil person next to you: their chronic lack of responsibility. The ancient Stoics believed in personal accountability and integrity, but what happens when someone around you doesn't share these values? Let's explore how to identify this trait and what it might mean for your life. One of the most glaring signs that you might be dealing with an evil person is their persistent lack of responsibility. This isn't just about someone making occasional excuses. It's a pattern of behavior where they refuse to own up to their mistakes or failures. They will never admit they were wrong, even when it's clear to everyone around them. Instead, they deflect blame onto others, twist the narrative to make themselves the victim, or create elaborate stories to avoid facing the consequences of their actions. This behavior is not only frustrating, but also a clear indication of a deeper character flaw. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "It is not things themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about these things." When someone consistently fails to take responsibility, it reveals their skewed judgment and distorted view of themselves and the world around them. Think about it. Have you ever known someone who, no matter what, always has an excuse? It might be a colleague who blames the team whenever a project fails, or a friend who always finds a reason why their poor choices are someone else's fault. Maybe it's a family member who never seems to learn from their mistakes, constantly pointing fingers at others while remaining blind to their own flaws. This lack of responsibility is more than just annoying. It's dangerous because it means that person is incapable of growth or change. They don't see their own faults, and therefore, they make no effort to improve. This not only stunts their personal development but also drags down everyone around them, pulling them into a cycle of blame and negativity. How many times have you found yourself caught in this cycle, trying to reason with someone who refuses to see their part in the problem? Consider the story of a modern workplace. Think of a manager, Mark, who always seems to have a scapegoat. When the sales numbers are down, it's because the team wasn't working hard enough. When a project fails, it's because his subordinates didn't follow his instructions correctly. Never once does he stop to consider that perhaps his leadership style or his decisions might have contributed to the problem. This kind of behavior can be incredibly toxic in a professional environment, where accountability and teamwork are crucial. It creates a culture of fear and mistrust, where people are afraid to speak up or take risks because they know the blame will always fall on them, never on the person truly responsible. Think about how much more productive and positive a workplace could be if everyone took ownership of their actions, admitted their mistakes, and worked together to find solutions. Isn't that the kind of environment we all strive for? But this issue extends beyond the workplace. In personal relationships, a lack of responsibility can be even more damaging. Imagine being in a relationship where your partner never admits when they're wrong. Every argument ends with you feeling frustrated and unheard because they simply can't acknowledge their role in the conflict. Over time, this erodes trust and intimacy, leaving you feeling emotionally drained and resentful. You start to walk on eggshells, afraid to bring up any issues because you know they'll just twist things around to make you feel like the bad guy. Does this sound familiar? It's a classic tactic of those who lack a sense of personal accountability. They make you doubt yourself, question your own sanity, and ultimately, undermine your self-confidence. It's a form of emotional manipulation that can leave deep scars if left unchecked. Marcus Aurelius, another great Stoic philosopher, once said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." This quote reminds us that we should not get caught up in justifying ourselves to those who refuse to take responsibility. Instead, we should focus on being accountable for our own actions and maintaining our integrity. So, What should you do if you find yourself dealing with someone who constantly shirks responsibility? The first step is recognizing the pattern. Don't get caught in their web of excuses and deflections. Observe how often they shift blame onto others, and ask yourself if this is someone you want to invest your time and energy in. Next, set clear boundaries. Let them know that you expect honesty and accountability, and be prepared to enforce these boundaries if they're crossed. It's not about confronting them aggressively, but rather standing firm in your expectations. If they continue to avoid responsibility, you might need to distance yourself or even cut ties if their behavior becomes too damaging. Remember, you have a responsibility to protect your own well-being too. It's also important to cultivate a mindset of responsibility in yourself. Lead by example. Show others what it means to be accountable, to own your mistakes, and to strive for personal growth. This doesn't mean you should tolerate others' lack of responsibility, but rather that you should embody the values you wish to see in the world. By doing so, you not only strengthen your own character, but also inspire those around you to do the same. And ask yourself, are there areas in your own life where you could take more responsibility? Could you be more accountable in your relationships, at work, or in your personal development? Remember the words of Seneca, "He who is brave is free." Taking responsibility for our actions and choices is a form of bravery. It frees us from the chains of blame and deflection and allows us to live authentically and honestly. Lack of responsibility is not just a minor character flaw, it's a significant red flag that should not be ignored. Whether it's in the workplace, in personal relationships, or within your own self-awareness, recognizing and addressing this behavior is crucial for fostering a healthy and supportive environment. Remember, taking responsibility isn't about being perfect. It's about being honest with yourself and others, admitting when you're wrong, and making a genuine effort to improve. So, look around you. Do you see someone who constantly avoids accountability? Are they holding you back or dragging you down into their cycle of blame? If so, it might be time to reconsider their place in your life. And above all, continue to hold yourself to the highest standards of integrity and responsibility, knowing that by doing so, you not only improve your own life, but also set a powerful example for others to follow. Thank you for joining us in today's video. Before we dive into the next segment, I want to take a moment to sincerely thank you for being here. It's an honor to have you as a part of our Stoic in Your Life community, where we explore the timeless wisdom of Stoicism together. I encourage you to share your story or any personal insights you may have in the comments below. If you're not sure what to say, simply write, "I am a newbie," if you're new to our channel, or "I am Stoic," if you've been with us on this journey for a while. Your engagement not only shows your presence, but also inspires us to keep creating meaningful content for you. So, let's continue this journey of growth and understanding together, shall we? Number 5. Habitual lying. Let's talk about something we've all encountered at some point. Someone who just can't seem to tell the truth. Habitual lying is a major red flag, and one of the most obvious signs that there might be an evil person lurking in your life. This isn't just about the occasional fib or white lie that we all might tell to spare someone's feelings or avoid a minor inconvenience. No, this is about someone who lies as if it's second nature to them. Someone who deceives not just occasionally but constantly and deliberately, twisting the truth to serve their own purposes. You see, habitual liars are often driven by a need to manipulate and control their environment. They use lies as tools to create a reality that benefits them, often at the expense of those around them. You might wonder, why do they do it? What satisfaction do they get from weaving webs of deceit? The answer is simple: power. For them, lying becomes a way to gain power over others, to keep them confused, off balance, and questioning their own perceptions. How often have you found yourself second-guessing your memory or your understanding of a situation because of someone's lies? This is precisely the kind of control they seek to have over you. Consider the story of Tom, a man in his late 40s who was friends with a charismatic individual named Steve. Steve was the life of every party, always telling grand stories that captivated everyone's attention. At first, Tom admired Steve's charisma and confidence, but as time went on, he began to notice inconsistencies in Steve's stories. One week, Steve would claim he was a professional athlete in his youth. The next, he'd say he was a successful entrepreneur right out of college. When Tom started asking gentle questions to clarify these conflicting tales, Steve would get defensive, even hostile, accusing Tom of not trusting him or calling him a liar. Tom soon realized that Steve wasn't just embellishing the truth. He was habitually lying, creating a false image of himself to appear more impressive than he was. This made Tom feel uneasy, and he began to question the nature of their friendship. Could he really trust someone who found it so easy to deceive? What kind of person feels the need to fabricate such elaborate lies about their life? Lying is not just a harmless act, it's a sign of deeper issues. People who lie habitually often lack integrity and respect for others. They may believe that they are smarter than everyone else, that they can outwit and manipulate people without consequence. But here's the thing: lying, especially when it becomes a habit, erodes trust, the very foundation of any relationship, whether personal or professional. Once trust is broken, it's incredibly difficult to rebuild. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher, once said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This wisdom reminds us that truthfulness is a cornerstone of ethical behavior, and that lies have no place in a life guided by virtue. Think about it. What happens when someone constantly lies to you? It creates a fog of uncertainty. You start to doubt not just their words, but their actions and intentions as well. A habitual liar is a master of creating doubt, using their deception to control the narrative. They make you question your own sanity, your understanding of reality, and even your own experiences. How many times have you caught someone in a lie, only to have them turn it around on you, making you feel like you're the one who's paranoid or overly suspicious? This tactic, known as gaslighting, is a favorite among those who lie habitually. It's a way of making you feel like you're losing your grip on reality, all while they maintain the upper hand. Take another example from a workplace scenario. Imagine Sarah, a dedicated employee who began to notice that her colleague, Lisa, seemed to have a different version of events for every situation. If a project went wrong, Lisa would fabricate a story about how she had warned the team beforehand, but was ignored. If she missed a deadline, she'd lie about personal tragedies or technical difficulties. Sarah began to realize that Lisa's habit of lying was more than just covering up mistakes. It was a way to manipulate others into feeling sorry for her, or to avoid accountability. Over time, Sarah noticed that morale in the office was declining. Trust among colleagues was eroding, all because of one person's habitual dishonesty. This is what habitual lying does. It poisons the environment, whether it's in a friendship, a family, or a workplace. Now, let's address a critical question. How can you protect yourself from someone who habitually lies? The first step is awareness. Recognize the signs. Notice the inconsistencies, the stories that don't quite add up, and the defensive behavior when confronted. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Next, don't engage in their games. Habitual liars thrive on drama and confusion. They want you to be caught in their web of lies. By refusing to play along, by staying calm and factual, you deprive them of the power they seek. Set clear boundaries and hold them accountable. Don't be afraid to call out dishonesty when you see it. This doesn't mean you have to be confrontational or aggressive, but being firm and direct is essential. Lastly, consider whether this person is someone you want in your life. Is it worth the emotional energy and the potential damage to your mental health to maintain a relationship with someone who cannot be truthful? As the philosopher Seneca once said, "He who does not prevent a crime when he can, encourages it." In the same way, tolerating habitual lying can be seen as enabling that behavior. By allowing someone to lie to you without consequence, you're essentially telling them that it's okay. But it's not okay. It's never okay. Remember that you deserve honesty, respect, and integrity from the people in your life. Don't settle for less. At the end of the day, living a life of virtue and truth is far more fulfilling than being entangled in a web of lies. So ask yourself today, are there people in your life who make a habit of lying? How does it affect your relationship with them, and more importantly, how does it affect you? Reflect on these questions, trust your intuition, and take steps to protect your peace of mind. Because in the end, the truth will always find a way to reveal itself, and it's far better to stand in the light of truth than to be lost in the shadows of deceit. Number 6. Resistance to change. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to dig their heels in whenever there's a need for change, no matter how small or necessary? This brings us to the 6th sign that there could be an evil person near you. Resistance to change. This isn't just about someone who prefers stability or routine. It's about a deeper, more troubling trait, an almost pathological fear or refusal to accept any kind of change, even when it's for the better. Think about it. Change is a constant in life. The world around us is always evolving, and we must adapt to keep up, whether it's in our personal lives, relationships, or careers. But some people resist change with every fiber of their being. Why? Often it's because they fear losing control or power, or they simply don't want to let go of a situation where they feel comfortable, even if it's detrimental to themselves or others. This resistance isn't just about stubbornness, it's often a red flag for a deeper, more manipulative personality. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Someone who resists change refuses to react or adapt, instead clinging to the status quo because it serves their selfish interests or gives them a sense of control. Consider the people around you, perhaps at work or in your social circle. Is there someone who always shoots down new ideas or clings to old ways, even when those ways are clearly no longer effective? This could be a sign of a deeper problem. Let's take a modern example. In a workplace where innovation and adaptability are key to success, imagine a team leader who rejects every proposal for a new strategy, clinging instead to outdated methods. At first, you might think this person is just set in their ways or maybe even cautious, but over time, you begin to notice a pattern. Whenever a new idea is brought to the table, they quickly dismiss it, sometimes even undermining those who propose it. They create an atmosphere of fear, making people reluctant to speak up or share their thoughts. You might start to wonder, are they simply resistant to change, or is there something more sinister at play? Could it be that they fear losing their position of power or influence if the team adopts a new approach? This kind of behavior isn't just a nuisance. It's a serious impediment to progress and growth. It stifles creativity, discourages innovation, and can lead to a toxic environment where no one feels safe to express new ideas. Ask yourself, have you ever felt stifled by someone's unwillingness to change? Maybe in your own life there's been a time when a partner or friend seemed to resist every effort to move forward or improve a situation. You try to discuss a problem, suggest a solution, or even just propose a new way of doing things, but every time, you're met with resistance or outright refusal. It's as if they'd rather stay in a dysfunctional or uncomfortable situation than face the uncertainty of change. This behavior can be incredibly frustrating and demoralizing, especially when you're genuinely trying to help or improve things. Over time, you might start to feel like you're the problem, that maybe you're asking too much or pushing too hard. But here's the truth. Change is a natural part of life, and those who resist it often do so because they fear losing something, whether it's control, comfort, or their current way of being. Consider the story of Emily, a young professional working at a tech startup. Emily was full of fresh ideas and enthusiasm, always looking for ways to improve the company's products and processes. However, she quickly ran into resistance from her manager, Dave, who had been with the company since its inception. Dave was a classic example of someone resistant to change. He had his way of doing things and wasn't open to new methods or ideas, even when the data clearly showed that change was needed. Emily noticed that every time she proposed something new, Dave would dismiss it outright or find a reason why it wouldn't work. She soon realized that it wasn't just her ideas he was against, it was any idea that wasn't his own. Dave's resistance to change wasn't about caution or wisdom, it was about control and maintaining his status quo. He feared that if new methods were implemented and succeeded, it would diminish his role or highlight his outdated approach. This realization helped Emily understand that sometimes resistance to change is more about personal insecurity and the fear of losing power than it is about the actual merit of the new idea. But what does this mean for you? How do you deal with someone who is resistant to change? The first step is to recognize the signs and understand the underlying motivations. Are they truly concerned about the potential downsides of change, or are they afraid of losing something, be it power, control, or comfort? Once you understand the root cause of their resistance, you can approach the situation more strategically. If their resistance is based on fear or insecurity, consider ways to address those fears directly. Show them how change can be beneficial, not just for you, but for them as well. Engage them in the process, make them feel involved, and show empathy towards their concerns. Sometimes resistance can be softened by showing understanding and offering reassurance. But remember, not all resistance to change is rooted in fear or insecurity. Sometimes it's about power, pure and simple. If someone is using their resistance as a way to maintain control or keep others in line, it may be time to reconsider their role in your life or organization. Marcus Aurelius, another Stoic philosopher, wisely noted, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This quote reminds us that obstacles, including resistance to change, are not just barriers, but opportunities to grow and advance. If someone is blocking progress through their stubborn resistance, it's an opportunity for you to find new strategies, to learn how to communicate more effectively, or even to stand your ground when necessary. At the end of the day, it's important to remember that change is inevitable, and those who resist it only end up stagnating. They may think they're preserving their world by resisting change, but in reality, they're just holding back progress and growth. So, take a moment to reflect. Are there people in your life who resist change at every turn? How does their resistance impact you? And what steps can you take to encourage a more open and adaptable mindset? The lesson here is clear. Be aware of those who resist change not out of caution or wisdom, but out of fear, insecurity, or a desire to control. Such resistance is not only a hindrance to progress, but a sign of a deeper, potentially more harmful personality trait. Don't be afraid to challenge this resistance, to ask the tough questions, and to stand up for the positive changes you believe in. Remember, your growth and progress are too important to be stifled by someone else's fear of the unknown. Embrace change, encourage those around you to do the same, and always strive to be the best version of yourself, regardless of who or what stands in your way. Number 7. Exploiting kindness. Have you ever felt like someone was taking advantage of your good nature using your kindness against you? It's an unsettling feeling, isn't it? We're going to explore a subtle yet dangerous sign that there might be an evil person nearby, exploiting kindness. As we delve into this topic, remember the words of Marcus Aurelius. Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one. Let's learn how to protect our goodness from those who would use it for their own gain. Exploiting kindness is a tactic used by those with ill intentions, and it is one of the clearest indicators that there might be an evil person in your midst. This behavior goes beyond simple self-interest. It involves deliberately taking advantage of someone's goodwill, generosity, or compassion to achieve selfish goals. Such people know how to spot a kind-hearted individual and often seek them out, using their kindness as a tool or a weakness to exploit. They know that a good-hearted person will likely go the extra mile to help others, even when it's inconvenient or costly to themselves. This type of exploitation isn't just a mild annoyance, it can be deeply damaging. The more you allow someone to exploit your kindness, the more they will push, taking more and more until there is nothing left to give. Have you ever felt this way? Drained, perhaps even used by someone who always seems to need something from you, but never offers anything in return? Consider the story of Paul, a middle-aged man who always prided himself on being generous and helpful. At work, he was the go-to person for covering shifts, handling extra tasks, or lending a sympathetic ear. His colleagues often praised him for his willingness to help, but over time, Paul began to notice a pattern. Certain co-workers seemed to take advantage of his generosity more than others. One in particular, Lisa, always seemed to need something, whether it was help with a project, a favor on the weekend, or advice on her personal problems. At first, Paul was happy to assist, believing he was doing the right thing. But Lisa's requests became more frequent and more demanding. She rarely reciprocated or showed genuine gratitude. Instead, she treated Paul's kindness as something she was entitled to. Eventually, Paul realized that his good nature was being exploited. He wasn't helping a friend in need. He was being used by someone who saw his kindness as a weakness to exploit. It's crucial to understand that kindness is not a weakness, it is a strength. However, when kindness is exploited, it can feel like a burden, making you question your own values and even your sense of self. The Stoics teach us that we must guard our virtues and not let them be used against us. As Seneca wisely stated, "He who is kind to the cruel is cruel to the kind." This quote reminds us that there is a limit to our kindness, and that we must be discerning about who receives it. When you recognize someone exploiting your kindness, it's not about becoming unkind or harsh. It's about setting boundaries to protect yourself from being drained or manipulated. Ask yourself, have you set clear boundaries with those who continually ask for your help? Are you comfortable saying no when someone's request is unreasonable? If you find it difficult to assert yourself, you might be falling into the trap of exploitation. Another important aspect to consider is the emotional toll that exploiting kindness can take. When you give and give without receiving anything in return, you start to feel depleted, emotionally exhausted, and even resentful. This emotional drain can affect other areas of your life, including your relationships and your own mental health. You might begin to feel like a doormat, someone who is only there to serve others without ever being valued for who you are. It's a dangerous cycle because the more you give in to these exploitative demands, the more you reinforce the behavior. The person exploiting your kindness learns that they can continue to take advantage without consequence. Think about how much better you would feel if you could reclaim your energy, your time, and your sense of self-worth by setting firm boundaries and recognizing the signs of exploitation. In modern life, this dynamic often plays out in both personal and professional settings. At work, it might be a colleague or boss who constantly asks for favors, knowing you'll never say no. In your personal life, it could be a friend or family member who always seems to be in need, yet never offers support in return. These people often rely on guilt to manipulate you, making you feel as though you are selfish or unkind if you don't comply with their requests. But let's be clear, kindness does not mean self-sacrifice. As Epictetus said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." This wisdom also applies to kindness. We must be mindful of where our energy is going and ensure we are not giving more than we can afford, emotionally, mentally, or physically. Ask yourself a crucial question. Are there people in your life who consistently take advantage of your kindness? How does this make you feel? If the answer is drained, resentful, or used, it may be time to reconsider these relationships. Setting boundaries is not about being unkind. It's about protecting your well-being and ensuring that your kindness is given where it is genuinely appreciated and reciprocated. This is not only fair, but necessary for your emotional health and personal growth. It is important to remember that it is okay to say no. It is okay to put yourself first sometimes. You are not obligated to give endlessly to those who do not value your generosity. While kindness is one of the greatest virtues, it should not be exploited. Recognize the signs of those who would take advantage of your good nature and take steps to protect yourself. The Stoics teach us to be wise in our actions, and this includes being wise about how we share our kindness. Remember, kindness that is exploited is not kindness at all. It becomes a tool of manipulation. Don't let anyone turn your virtue into a vulnerability. Protect your goodness, set boundaries, and remember that your worth is not determined by how much you give to those who only take. As you navigate through life, ask yourself, who truly values my kindness? Who deserves my generosity? Reflect on these questions and let them guide you in building healthier, more balanced relationships. By doing so, you not only protect your own well-being but also uphold the true spirit of kindness, one that is given freely and appreciated genuinely. Number 8. Warnings from loved ones. Have you ever heard a warning from a friend or a loved one about someone you're involved with but dismissed it, thinking they were just overreacting or didn't understand the situation? It's easy to brush off these warnings, especially when we're emotionally invested in someone or something. But today, let's talk about the 8th sign that there could be an evil person next to you. Warnings from loved ones. These warnings are more than just casual remarks or offhand comments. They're often grounded in genuine concern and observation. When someone close to you raises a red flag, it's usually because they've noticed something you might be too close to see. Maybe they've seen behavior patterns that concern them, or heard stories that don't quite add up. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus wisely said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." This quote is a reminder to listen carefully to the people who care about us, especially when they express concerns about someone in our lives. Think about it. How many times have you heard someone say, "I wish I had listened to my friend," or "If only I had paid attention to my mother's advice"? Often, we are too caught up in our own emotions or desires to see things clearly. We want to believe the best in people, especially if we have invested time, energy, or love into a relationship or friendship. However, the people around us, those who truly care for our well-being, often have a different perspective. They are not clouded by the same emotions and can see things more objectively. Let's consider a real-life example. Jessica, a successful professional in her 50s, began dating a charming man named Robert. Her friends and family were immediately wary of Robert. They noticed that he was overly flattering, almost to the point of being insincere, and that he always seemed to have an excuse for why things didn't go as planned. Jessica's best friend, Karen, pulled her aside one day and said, "I don't trust him, Jessica. There's something about him that doesn't sit right with me." At first, Jessica dismissed Karen's concerns, thinking she was just being overly protective. But as time went on, Jessica started to see the signs herself: small lies, manipulative behavior, and a pattern of blaming others for his mistakes. Eventually, she realized that Karen had been right all along. How often do we ignore such warnings, only to later wish we had heeded them? Warnings from loved ones are not just about protecting you from others. They are also about guiding you to see the truth more clearly. When someone who knows you well expresses concern, they are doing so because they want to protect you from harm or help you avoid pain. It's not easy to hear, especially when we are convinced of someone's goodness or charm, but these warnings are often grounded in love and a genuine desire for our happiness. Consider the story of Michael, a man in his early 60s who had recently reconnected with an old high school friend, Jerry. Jerry seemed like a great guy, friendly, outgoing, and always eager to help. But Michael's wife, Susan, was skeptical. She noticed that Jerry often made offhand comments that belittled Michael or subtly undermined him in front of others. Susan warned Michael that Jerry's behavior wasn't as friendly as it seemed, but Michael shrugged it off, thinking she was just being too sensitive. It wasn't until Jerry tried to involve Michael in a shady business deal that Michael saw his true colors. By then, he had already lost time, money, and a bit of trust in himself. What would have happened if Michael had listened to Susan's warning earlier? It's important to ask yourself, Why are loved ones issuing these warnings? What have they noticed that you might have missed? It's not about being paranoid or suspicious of everyone, but rather about being open to the observations of those who have your best interests at heart. The Stoics teach us that wisdom comes from self-reflection and listening to others who wish to help us grow and avoid suffering. Marcus Aurelius, another great Stoic philosopher, advised, "If someone is able to show me that what I think or do is not right, I will happily change, for I seek the truth, which never harmed anyone." This means being humble enough to accept that others might see things we do not, and being willing to change our course if it will lead to a better, safer outcome. Now, let's talk about how to handle these warnings. First, take a moment to reflect on the feedback. Don't dismiss it outright. Consider the source. Is this someone who has consistently shown they care for you and your well-being? If so, it's worth taking their concerns seriously. Ask questions, seek clarity, and try to understand why they feel the way they do. It's also valuable to observe the person in question more carefully after hearing these warnings. Are there behaviors you've overlooked? Are there signs that something isn't quite right? Trust but verify. It's about finding a balance between being open-hearted and wise, between giving someone the benefit of the doubt and protecting yourself from potential harm. In today's world, we are often encouraged to follow our hearts, to trust our instincts, and to believe in our own judgments. While these are all important aspects of living a fulfilling life, we must also remember the value of community and the wisdom of those who care for us. Our loved ones see us in ways we often do not see ourselves. They notice when we are happy, when we are stressed, and when we are being led astray. Ignoring their warnings can sometimes lead us into deeper trouble or unnecessary pain. So ask yourself, are there any warnings you've been ignoring? Are there people in your life who might have a clearer view of your situation than you do? Are you open to hearing their concerns, even if they challenge your current beliefs or desires? The lesson here is simple but profound. Listen to the people who love you. They are your first line of defense against those who may not have your best interests at heart. If someone close to you raises a red flag, don't be quick to dismiss it. Instead, use it as an opportunity to pause, reflect, and reassess. Remember, it's not a sign of weakness to consider the advice of others. It's a sign of wisdom and strength. As you go through your life, surround yourself with people who genuinely care for your well-being, and be willing to hear their concerns with an open mind and heart. This could be the very insight that protects you from harm and helps you grow wiser in your choices. Remember, as Seneca said, associate with people who are likely to improve you. Those who offer warnings do so because they want to see you thrive, not fall prey to those who may not have your best interests at heart. If you've made it this far, you're truly committed to living a life guided by wisdom. Drop a comment saying, "I choose wisdom," to show you're dedicated to recognizing and overcoming negativity. Stick with us, because the journey to a stronger, more resilient self continues. Number 9. Contempt. Contempt is one of the most toxic and damaging behaviors you can encounter in a person, and it's a clear sign that there might be someone harmful close to you. But what exactly is contempt? It's more than just a fleeting moment of anger or frustration. It's a deep-seated feeling of disdain, a belief that someone else is beneath you, unworthy of respect or even basic human decency. Contempt manifests in various ways: sarcasm, eye-rolling, sneering, mocking comments, or even complete disregard for your feelings and opinions. This behavior goes beyond mere disrespect. It's a calculated attempt to belittle and undermine, to make you feel small and insignificant. You've probably felt it before. That sting when someone dismisses your words or makes you feel like your thoughts don't matter. It's a behavior that, if left unchecked, can destroy relationships, erode self-esteem, and create a toxic environment that stifles growth and happiness. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. When faced with contempt, your reaction is crucial, not just for your dignity, but for your mental and emotional well-being. Think about the people in your life right now. Is there someone who often makes you feel this way? Maybe it's a partner who scoffs at your dreams, a boss who rolls their eyes every time you speak up in meetings, or a so-called friend who never misses a chance to make a cutting remark. The truth is, contempt doesn't come out of nowhere. It often stems from a place of insecurity or fear in the person expressing it. They project their own inadequacies onto others, attempting to elevate themselves by tearing down those around them. But why do they do it? And why is it so damaging? Contempt is a form of emotional violence. It's a way of saying, "You are less than me," and it seeks to put you in your place. Over time, this behavior can be incredibly damaging, leading you to doubt your worth and question your value. Have you ever found yourself shrinking back, afraid to voice your thoughts because someone made you feel like they weren't worth hearing? Let's consider a real-life example to bring this into perspective. Think of David, a man in his late 30s who started a new job at a prestigious company. David was eager to prove himself and contribute to the team, but he quickly noticed that his manager, Mark, treated him with contempt. Whenever David made a suggestion in a meeting, Mark would smirk or roll his eyes, often interrupting him with sarcastic comments. The rest of the team noticed this, and soon they started to mimic Mark's behavior, dismissing David's ideas before he even had a chance to fully explain them. David began to feel isolated and demoralized. He started doubting his abilities and questioning his place in the company. Contempt is a cancer that spreads quickly, affecting not just the targeted individual, but the entire environment. It creates a culture of negativity and fear, where creativity and open communication are stifled. How many workplaces, friendships, or families have you seen deteriorate because of one person's contemptuous behavior? And more importantly, how did it make everyone involved feel? It's important to recognize contempt for what it is, a weapon used by those who feel threatened by others' strengths, ideas, or successes. The Stoics remind us to focus on what we can control, our own actions and responses. As Marcus Aurelius put it, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. When you encounter someone who treats you with contempt, you have a choice. You can let their behavior define your self-worth, or you can choose to stand firm in your sense of self, refusing to be diminished by their words or actions. This doesn't mean you should tolerate contempt or allow it to continue unchecked. On the contrary, it's important to set boundaries and stand up for yourself. But it also means not letting their behavior destroy your peace of mind or sense of self-worth. Think about it. How often do you let the contemptuous words of others affect your mood or dictate your actions? If you find that this happens often, it might be time to reevaluate those relationships or environments. Are they worth the cost to your mental and emotional health? In many cases, confronting the person directly, with calm and assertiveness, can help. Express how their behavior makes you feel and ask them to stop. However, if the behavior continues or escalates, it may be necessary to remove yourself from the situation entirely. Contempt is corrosive, and if left unchecked, it can destroy not only your self-esteem, but also your outlook on life. It's like rust eating away at metal. It starts small, almost unnoticeable, but over time it weakens the entire structure. In personal relationships, contempt is particularly damaging. Research has shown that contempt is one of the leading predictors of relationship failure. Why? Because it creates a barrier to communication and empathy. When one partner treats the other with contempt, it signals a lack of respect and appreciation, which are fundamental to any healthy relationship. If you're in a relationship where contempt is a regular occurrence, it's vital to address it head-on. Open a dialogue and express how this behavior makes you feel. If the other person is willing to listen and change, there's hope for improvement. However, if they refuse to acknowledge their contempt or continue to belittle you, it might be time to consider whether the relationship is worth continuing. After all, as the philosopher Seneca advised, associate with people who are likely to improve you. Why stay with someone who only seeks to tear you down? So, what can you do when you face contempt from others? The first step is awareness. Recognize the behavior for what it is and understand that it's more about them than it is about you. Next, set boundaries. Let the person know that their behavior is unacceptable and that you won't tolerate it. Protect your space and your peace of mind. And finally, if necessary, walk away. Surround yourself with people who respect and value you, who lift you up rather than bring you down. The Stoics teach us to cultivate our inner strength and not allow the actions of others to dictate our worth. Remember, you are in control of your own life. You deserve to be treated with dignity and respect, not contempt. Ask yourself, who in my life makes me feel valued and who makes me feel small? The answers to these questions might just guide you toward healthier, more fulfilling relationships and a life where you are not just surviving but thriving. As you go forward, remember to hold your head high, value your own worth, and never let anyone else's contempt make you doubt yourself. Number 10. Mistreating animals. Mistreating animals is a clear and undeniable sign of a person's darker tendencies, and it's one of the most alarming indicators that someone might have a malicious character. This behavior goes beyond mere neglect. It's a deliberate act of cruelty towards creatures that are defenseless and dependent on human kindness. An individual who mistreats animals, whether through neglect, abuse, or outright violence, reveals a fundamental lack of empathy and compassion, traits that are essential to being a good and moral person. When someone shows cruelty to animals, it's not just a momentary lapse in judgment or a sign of a bad day. It's a window into a deeper, more disturbing aspect of their personality. Think about it. Animals are often at the mercy of humans. They look to us for care, for food, for shelter, and for love. How someone responds to this trust speaks volumes about their true nature. If they respond with kindness and care, it's a sign of a compassionate heart. But if they respond with cruelty or neglect, it suggests a much darker side. Consider the story of Mike, a middle-aged man who always seemed charming and personable in social situations. Mike was known for his quick wit and easygoing nature. However, his neighbor, Susan, began noticing something unsettling. Whenever Mike was around stray cats in the neighborhood, his demeanor changed. He would kick at them, shout, and even throw things to scare them away. One day, Susan saw him throw a rock at a dog that had wandered into his yard. She realized then that Mike's charm was only a facade. His mistreatment of animals revealed a cruelty that he carefully hid in his interactions with people. What does this behavior tell us about Mike? It shows that behind his pleasant exterior, there's a person who lacks empathy, who enjoys exerting power over those who are weaker. It raises an important question. If someone can be so cruel to a defenseless animal, how might they treat a person who is vulnerable or powerless? This kind of behavior is not just a red flag, it's a glaring alarm that something is very wrong. The philosopher Immanuel Kant once said, "We can judge the heart of a man by his treatment of animals." This statement holds a profound truth. Those who mistreat animals often exhibit other troubling behaviors, such as manipulation, deceit, or even violence towards people. It's as if their mistreatment of animals is a rehearsal for how they might behave in more significant human interactions. It's crucial to recognize that the way someone treats animals can be a predictor of how they might treat people who are in similarly vulnerable positions, like children, the elderly, or anyone they perceive as weaker. You might ask yourself, have you ever witnessed someone mistreating an animal? How did it make you feel? Did it change the way you viewed them? There's also a deeper, more philosophical aspect to consider. The Stoics believed in living in harmony with nature and practicing virtues such as kindness, justice, and wisdom. Treating animals with cruelty goes against these principles. It shows a disregard for life and an unwillingness to cultivate empathy. Marcus Aurelius, the great Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." If one's actions towards the most innocent of creatures are filled with cruelty, What does that say about the color of their soul? It's a reflection of their inner world, one that is likely filled with darkness and malice. In modern life, this behavior is more than just an outdated view or a lack of understanding. It is a conscious choice to disregard the feelings and well-being of another living being. This choice speaks volumes about one's character. Let's think about this in a more everyday context. Perhaps you know someone who seems to treat their pet poorly, shouting at them unnecessarily, neglecting to care for them properly, or even hitting them. You might have shrugged it off thinking, they're just having a bad day. But what if this behavior is consistent? What if it's a pattern? This is where you need to be vigilant. The way a person treats an animal, who relies on them for everything, can reveal how they might behave when they feel they have power over others. It's a form of testing boundaries, seeing how far they can go without facing consequences. This is why many psychologists believe that cruelty to animals is an early warning sign of deeper, more serious issues. It's often linked to antisocial behavior, a lack of empathy, and even a propensity for violence. It's not just about the act of cruelty itself, but what it represents: a lack of moral compass and a distorted sense of right and wrong. Now you might wonder, how should you respond if you see someone mistreating an animal? The first step is awareness. Don't turn a blind eye to it. Recognize that this behavior is not normal or acceptable. It's crucial to speak up, either by addressing the behavior directly or reporting it to the appropriate authorities. Protecting those who are vulnerable, whether they are animals or people, is a responsibility we all share. You could ask the person why they are behaving this way and express your discomfort with their actions. If you feel safe doing so, challenge them to think about their behavior and how it reflects on their character. Remember, standing up against cruelty is not just about protecting the victim, it's also about sending a clear message that such behavior is unacceptable in a civilized society. It's about fostering a culture of kindness, compassion, and respect for all living beings. Mistreating animals is not a minor character flaw. It's a significant red flag that should not be ignored. It reveals a lack of empathy, compassion, and moral integrity. The Stoic philosophers teach us to live virtuous lives, filled with kindness and respect for all beings. If you encounter someone who mistreats animals, take it seriously. It's a sign that there may be deeper issues at play, and it's an opportunity to protect yourself and others from potential harm. Ask yourself, are there people in your life who show a lack of empathy or kindness? How do they treat those who are weaker or more vulnerable? Reflect on these questions and let them guide you in making choices about who you allow into your inner circle. Remember, as Epictetus taught, no man is free who is not master of himself. A person who cannot control their cruel impulses, even towards animals, is not someone who is truly free in the Stoic sense. They are bound by their own darkness, and it's up to you to decide whether to keep them close or protect yourself by walking away. Number 11. Lack of remorse. One of the clearest signs that someone might have a darker side is their lack of remorse. This isn't just about someone who makes mistakes. We all do that. It's about a person who consistently fails to show any regret or guilt for their actions, no matter how much harm they've caused. When someone lacks remorse, it means they don't feel bad about the pain they inflict on others. They don't take responsibility for their actions, and they certainly don't seek to make amends. Think about it. Remorse is a natural human emotion that signals a person's understanding of right and wrong. It shows empathy, the ability to feel for others and acknowledge when you've hurt them. When someone lacks this essential trait, it's a red flag that they might be capable of much worse. The philosopher Seneca once said, "All cruelty springs from weakness." A lack of remorse often springs from a deep-seated weakness, a fear of being perceived as wrong, an inability to face one's flaws, or even a complete disregard for others' feelings. How many times have you encountered someone who never says, "I'm sorry," even when they're clearly in the wrong? How does that make you feel about their character and your relationship with them? Consider the story of Tom, a successful businessman in his 50s, who prided himself on his ability to get the job done. Tom was known for his ruthless approach, cutting corners, stepping over colleagues, and doing whatever it took to climb the corporate ladder. One day, Tom made a decision that led to the firing of several employees. These were hardworking individuals who had families to support, yet Tom showed no remorse. When confronted by a colleague about the impact of his actions, he simply shrugged and said, "They were just collateral damage." This statement revealed a chilling lack of empathy and remorse. Tom's behavior wasn't just about ambition, it was about a fundamental disregard for the well-being of others. What does this tell us about Tom's character? It tells us that he is someone who sees people as tools, not as human beings with feelings and lives of their own. This kind of behavior can be incredibly destructive, not just to those directly affected, but to the entire environment around them. It creates a culture of fear, mistrust, and insecurity. A lack of remorse is dangerous because it shows a person who doesn't care about the consequences of their actions. They are not held back by guilt or regret, which can make them capable of more harm in the future. It's as if they have no moral compass guiding their behavior, and this makes them unpredictable and potentially very harmful. The Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." A person who lacks remorse has a soul that has been dyed by selfishness, indifference, and perhaps even malice. This is not someone who seeks to live in harmony with others or the world around them. Instead, they act purely out of self-interest, with little regard for the impact of their actions on others. Have you ever dealt with someone who never seems to apologize, no matter how much they hurt you or others? It can be deeply unsettling and even hurtful. Over time, this kind of behavior can make you start to question your own worth, wondering if you deserved the treatment you received. But remember, it's not about you, it's about them. A lack of remorse is a reflection of their own inability to feel or express genuine empathy. It's a sign that they may not be capable of forming deep, meaningful relationships built on mutual respect and understanding. Think about the people in your life. Are there individuals who have hurt you and never shown any sign of remorse or willingness to make things right? How has this affected your relationship with them? Have you found yourself forgiving them repeatedly, only for them to continue their hurtful behavior? In a modern context, consider a scenario where a manager consistently takes credit for the work of their team without acknowledging their efforts. This manager never feels guilty about leaving his team out of the limelight, even though their hard work is what drives the company's success. Instead, he sees his team's contributions as just another stepping stone for his personal gain. When confronted by an employee who feels wronged, he dismisses their concerns, saying, "That's just how the business world works. If you want credit, you've got to earn it yourself." This lack of remorse for the emotional and professional harm he's causing speaks volumes about his character. It shows that he values his advancement over fairness and integrity, revealing a deeper, more troubling disregard for others. What kind of culture do you think this fosters within the workplace? How do you think this affects the morale and motivation of the team? When you encounter a lack of remorse, it's crucial to set boundaries and protect yourself. Understand that you cannot change someone who doesn't see a problem with their actions. Instead, focus on how you react and how you can protect your own well-being. The Stoics remind us that while we cannot control others' actions, we can control our responses. As Epictetus wisely noted, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." If someone continually shows a lack of remorse, it may be time to distance yourself from them, to protect your peace of mind and your emotional health. Life is too short to spend it with people who refuse to acknowledge their wrongs or seek to make amends. A lack of remorse is a glaring sign of a potentially harmful individual. It reveals a person who lacks empathy, fails to understand the impact of their actions, and is not guided by a sense of morality or justice. These are the kind of people who can cause real damage, whether it's in personal relationships, in the workplace, or in any community setting. It's vital to recognize this behavior for what it is and to take steps to protect yourself. Reflect on the relationships in your life and ask yourself, Are there people who have consistently shown a lack of remorse? How has this affected your trust in them? And most importantly, what are you willing to do to protect yourself from their potential harm? Remember, as Seneca said, "He who is brave is free." Be brave enough to stand up for yourself, to walk away from those who do not value you, and to seek out relationships where empathy, respect, and remorse are present. Only then can you truly live a life of virtue and peace, free from the harm of those who lack a moral compass. Thank you for being with us in this video and taking the time to explore these obvious signs that there might be an evil person next to you. Which of these signs have you encountered in your own life, and how did you handle it? We'd love to hear your experiences or thoughts in the comments below. And if you're not sure what to write, simply comment, "I'm learning to recognize the signs," to show that you're on this journey of wisdom and growth with us. Number 12. Envy. Envy is a silent poison that can reveal an evil presence right next to you, and it's a behavior that's more dangerous than most people realize. When we talk about envy, we're not just discussing a fleeting feeling of jealousy that we all experience from time to time. Instead, we're referring to a deeper, more insidious kind of envy, one that consumes a person, eats away at their soul, and turns their thoughts and actions towards darkness. This form of envy is not simply wanting what someone else has, it's resenting them for having it. It's the kind of envy that drives people to undermine others, sabotage their successes, or spread rumors and lies to bring them down. This envy doesn't just stay hidden in the heart. It manifests in actions and words that are meant to harm. It's important to remember what the Stoic philosopher Seneca said: "Envy is the enemy of the fortunate." Envy can take someone's good fortune and twist it into a source of bitterness and spite. If you have ever felt the sting of envy from someone, you know it can be incredibly hurtful and confusing. How can a person who seems close to you, a friend, a family member, or a colleague, harbor such feelings of resentment? How do you handle a relationship where someone secretly envies your successes or happiness? Think about it. Have you ever noticed someone acting strangely when you've achieved something significant? Maybe a promotion, a new relationship, or even a simple personal accomplishment that brings you joy. Instead of celebrating with you, they seem distant, less enthusiastic, or even dismissive. They might make subtle, cutting remarks disguised as jokes or offer backhanded compliments that leave you feeling uneasy. You may find them trying to downplay your achievements, shifting the conversation away from your successes, or making you feel like you don't deserve what you've worked hard to achieve. This behavior is not just annoying, it's toxic. It's a sign that the person is not genuinely happy for you, but rather feels threatened or diminished by your success. How do you respond to that? Do you ignore it, hoping it will pass? Or do you address it directly, risking further conflict? These are difficult decisions, but recognizing envy for what it is can help guide your actions. Consider the story of Rebecca, a successful entrepreneur who worked hard to build her own business from the ground up. She had a close friend, Laura, who initially seemed supportive of her endeavors. However, as Rebecca's business began to flourish, she noticed a change in Laura's behavior. Laura would often make sarcastic comments about Rebecca's success, implying that she was lucky or that she must have had help that others didn't have. She'd go out of her way to share negative news about the industry, almost as if she wanted Rebecca to fail. Rebecca eventually realized that Laura's envy was not just a harmless emotion, but was starting to affect her own confidence and peace of mind. She had to make a tough choice: continue to tolerate Laura's behavior and allow it to drag her down, or distance herself to protect her own well-being. This is a choice many of us might face when dealing with envious people. How much should we tolerate before it starts to affect our happiness and mental health? The problem with envy is that it often leads to other destructive behaviors. Envy is rarely an isolated feeling. It can lead to actions like gossiping, lying, or even sabotaging others to feel better about oneself. A person consumed by envy might spread false rumors about you to tarnish your reputation or try to undermine your efforts at every turn. Why do they do this? Because envy makes them feel inadequate or lesser than you, and rather than working on themselves or finding ways to improve, they'd rather bring you down to their level. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, wisely noted, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." This quote reminds us that we must not allow ourselves to be dragged down to the level of those who envy us. Instead, we should rise above and continue to pursue our path with integrity and virtue. But how can you deal with someone who is envious of you? First, recognize the signs. If someone constantly tries to downplay your achievements, makes hurtful comments disguised as jokes, or seems happier when you're struggling rather than when you're succeeding, they might be envious of you. Once you recognize this behavior, it's essential to protect yourself. You can try addressing the issue directly, expressing how their behavior makes you feel, and giving them a chance to change. However, be prepared for resistance. Envy is a deeply rooted emotion, often tied to insecurity and low self-esteem. The envious person may not even realize they are acting out of envy, or might be unwilling to admit it. In such cases, it might be necessary to distance yourself from them. Remember, your peace of mind and happiness should come first. Why surround yourself with people who are not genuinely happy for you and who bring negativity into your life? In modern life, envy is often fueled by social comparisons. We live in a world where we constantly see other people's highlight reels on social media. Perfect vacations, career achievements, happy families. It's easy to fall into the trap of comparing yourself to others and feeling envious when you perceive yourself as lacking. But it's crucial to remember that social media often presents a curated version of reality, not the whole picture. The Stoics remind us to focus on our own path and not be distracted by others. As Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This means that instead of letting envy take root in our hearts, we should cultivate gratitude for what we have and focus on our own growth and journey. The same applies when dealing with others who envy us. Understand that their envy is more about their own insecurities than anything you have done. Ask yourself, are there people in your life who seem to resent your successes? How do their actions impact you, and what steps can you take to protect yourself from their negativity? It might be worth having a candid conversation with them, or, if that's not possible, gradually distancing yourself to preserve your peace. The key is not to let their envy affect your self-esteem or derail your progress. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your successes, support your growth, and genuinely want to see you thrive. And remember, as Seneca advised, associate with people who are likely to improve you. It's better to have a few genuine friends who uplift you than many who secretly hope for your downfall. Reflect on this as you navigate your relationships and strive to build connections based on mutual respect, trust, and encouragement. In doing so, you not only protect yourself from envy, but also cultivate a life filled with positive, uplifting relationships that help you grow into the best version of yourself. As we conclude this journey through understanding the signs of negative influences in our lives, remember that recognizing these traits is just the first step. The real challenge is applying this wisdom daily to protect your peace and cultivate personal growth and happiness. At Stoic in Your Life, we believe that awareness, guided by Stoic principles, is the key to living a life of virtue and resilience. I encourage you to reflect on these signs and think about how they show up in your own life. How can you use this knowledge to strengthen your relationships and surround yourself with positive, uplifting people? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to write, "I am worth a lot," if you made it to the end. Your journey to wisdom and personal strength is a testament to your commitment to living a better life. If you found this video helpful, please like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss new content. Share this video with friends or family who might benefit from this insight, and consider becoming a member to support the channel. Details are in the pinned comment. To continue your learning, check out these 2 recommended videos on Stoicism and psychology. Until next time, remember to stay strong, stay aware, and keep living a life guided by wisdom. A big hug, and see you in the next video.